Social Good Summit. Are you all feeling better after lunch? Yes?
Yes, medyo inaantok pa yung mga yan dahil sa masarap yung pagbagong kain, nakakaantok ng konti. Tayo nga lahat, can everybody stand for like 30 seconds? Wag naman 30 seconds, like a minute. Okay, what can we do? Kung may katabi kayo, give the person to your right a nice back massage.
Okay, please.
Come on, to the right.
Mine.
My right is here. Okay, to the left naman, return the favor.
See, that's social good.
Exactly.
In action.
Exactly, na-connect mo pa. Galing mo talaga.
Connect
Okay,
to
thank
the
you so
team.
much. You can take your seats. And we're ready for our afternoon session. So once again, this is the third day of the 2017 Manila Social Good Summit.
Okay, and before we go on to continue our third day, let's actually watch the highlights from the last 2 days of the Social Good Summit.
Take a look.
Hack Society and your official hashtag.
What is Hack Society? It's about, as Jing said, it's about hacking away at the global goals, one idea, one solution at a time.
You will present at most 30 seconds.
Everything that is important about what you make is actually what is unseen.
This is about you doing a great job, right? You have to sell not only a great idea, but we want to see what you bring to the table.
Nice, looks fun and productive. At ang ganda ng opisina ng Raptor.
Yes, yan ang takeaway.
Yun ang takeaway ko doon. No? Let's have a recap of what happened this morning. Of course, our keynote speaker was Presidential Advisor for Entrepreneurship, Joey Concepcion, speaking about the role of the youth in promoting entrepreneurship. And we also had 8 passionate speakers talking about how they plan to contribute to our 2013 SDGs. So a few speakers that made the mark as far as I'm concerned is si Sir Miles who did volunteer work in the bicycles, and of course si Father Flavi. So let's continue our program. Should we thank our sponsors first? Okay, meron pa tayong second
We actually
video.
have a second video pala. Sige, so let's watch it first.
Part of the reason every year we at Raptor look forward to the Social Good Summit is because every year we see hope.
So what started out as an advocacy platform has turned out to be something even more productive. But we really want to boil down to development solutions, to innovative development solutions that will make a difference, that will leave no one behind.
This is the time to look at the world around you and look at the technology, look at the problem, and experiment.
Youth shouldn't be leaders of the future. You have the space right now, and you can take up that space. You are our leaders now.
We work at this because we think this is what will make our present and our future significantly better. And I have the winners. For media and democracy, Loco.
Come on stage. Okay.
Peace, governance, and local development, Tuto Club. Environment and climate change, Phoenix, come on up. Okay, the last one, public health well-being, Aruga Health.
Yun.
Great.
Very
Okay.
nice.
So you saw the two videos that recap the last 2 days. We had over 100 applications for Rappler to join Hack Society. It was so hard to choose just 20 teams. And from there, we had to choose just 4, so that's what you saw. But, you know, there was a lot of work and time that went into all of that. Excuse me. And we even had mentorship and all of that. So it was really a process that took time, and a lot of creativity and innovation was involved. So what you saw there was literally just the culmination of all of that work.
And I'm really excited to hear their presentations later in the program. Before we continue, we'd like to, again, thank our partners and sponsors who made this event possible. The 2017 Social Good Summit in the Philippines is co-organized by Rappler and the United Nations Development Program Youth Co-Lab Program. The Youth Co-Lab program aims to empower young people to lead social change in their communities.
The event is also brought to you by the 2030 Youth Force Philippines, United for Healthier Kids, the power of collaboration bringing people together to help combat nutrition, 3M Philippines, the science-based technology company committed to making lives better, easier, and more complete, Globe and Globe Labs, redefining possibilities.
We also have SM Aura Premier, the official venue partner of the Social Good Summit, PLDT, the official internet provider of the Social Good Summit, and our minor sponsors, Friedrich Neumann Foundation Philippines, National Economic Development Authority, the Department of Interior and Local Government Region 4A, and our food partner, McDonald's. Thank you so much.
Okay, so are we ready for the afternoon session?
Yes.
Okay, let's do this, the main plenary. But first, I'm very excited to introduce to you guys a very special woman. She's 26 years old, a Filipino singer and songwriter who won 3rd place in France Got Talent in 2016. She was, may mga whispers, parang when Atom first came, yan. Walang ganun for me.
Guys,
next
isa
year,
nga,
guys.
isa nga
Next
for
year,
Natasha.
ha? Anyway, she was first discovered with her videos singing Mariah Carey's I'll Be There that went viral. And as a blind singer, she attributes a huge factor of her success and where she is right now because of technology and social media.
Friends, please give a warm welcome to Alienate Coldfire.
Hello, everyone. Before anything else, I would like to thank Rappler for having invited me to perform for all of you here. The importance of technology is evident in my musical journey and in my life in general. Technology has got me discovered, and it has opened me to the world and to countless possibilities. Music making is a lot easier for me now than it was before, and as such, I'm singing a song I composed with an amazing Japanese pianist I met online. What we usually do is that he records piano instrumentals to which I just add melody and lyrics, and it all happens through one social music app. It's actually amazing. I'm thinking, wow, I could have written a lot of songs if had these apps existed in my teenage years, but perhaps they were already there before. It's just I didn't know. but now I do. And the song I will be singing is pretty much called After the Rain. I dedicate it to everyone who is going through struggles in life. It's pretty simple, but it pretty much represents the person that I am. So I hope you'll like it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was so beautiful. Atom, na-inspire ka ba doon?
Yes, to start my singing career.
Yes, that was the trap I was putting in. Why, since you're so inspired, why don't you try it now?
Okay, side B, please. May side B pa, wala natang ganun. Alam niyo pa ba yung side B?
Ako na lang. I'll sing, I'll...
Cassette. Yeah. All right, thank you so much, Ilyanet. Very inspiring story for everyone to achieve their dreams, and technology really does make that even more possible nowadays. Okay, so let's start our afternoon session with, of course, the brains behind this whole operation. I think I'll let Natasha introduce our welcoming remarks for the afternoon session.
Okay, so our welcoming remarks is from our CEO and executive editor of Rappler and my boss, Maria Ressa.
Wow. I'll be stronger, I'll be wiser. After the rain, hope will save me, dreams will guide me. pretty cool. That's actually a lot of the things we've talked about in the last 2 days. Let me show you what I think we're dealing with and what you're dealing with as you figure out what you can do, what technology we can take advantage of. I woke up to this, right? We all woke up to this today. You know what this is? If you haven't checked the news, I can't help it. It comes on my cell phone. Bucket bomb strikes London's vulnerable underground. That was the bucket bomb. And then, of course, President Trump had to use social media to tweet about it and get the other leader angry. And then, of course, our dear friends came in and claimed it, right? Which then, when I saw that, it reminded me of this, our own fight with ISIS and the people who were affected by this. And the hundreds of deaths there reminded me of the thousands of deaths that we're dealing with. And of course, it reminded me of the week that was, the budgets that were cut. And this morning, you've seen this, right? It can be overwhelming, right? So that's part of the reason we're going to not focus on the now, we're going to take the energy we have and think about the world we want to build in 2030. This is something we've been doing for the last 6 years. I know so many of the faces who are here, thank you. Every year we come together and we dream. And dreams are even more important now. Last year, you saw me talk about the trends that are there that will change our lives. And what was so interesting is some of the startups, some of the pitches we saw incorporated some of these, right? This, biotech, genetics, artificial intelligence, robots, and energy. Singularity University says that in 16 years, energy will be free. If energy is free, this was last year. Solar Philippines, it's a mall that's completely powered by solar energy. And you know, this year, solar energy is a pivot for this company that's started by a millennial. And then genetics, the DNA, the kind of technology that's being pulled together for medical reasons, for genetics. Do you know that now, if you get pregnant, and for the young 20-somethings, don't get pregnant yet until you're ready, but when you get pregnant, you can actually get a test, and CRISPR technology can prevent any genetic disease. And even better is that the technology is available for free. Any country can take what is already out there. In the same way that some of our startups yesterday, some of the pitches yesterday used available open source technology to give life to their ideas. Well, this CRISPR technology, any nation can pick it up now and become a hub. These are some of the other things. So genetics, we'll leave artificial intelligence for last. Robots. Artificial intelligence leads to the robots, but the robots are now at a point where they're taking over I'm not going to say menial, but repetitive tasks, right? Which will have an impact on the Philippines, which will have an impact on you and your kids. And what kind of world, what kind of future do you see for work? What kind of work are we going to have the next 20 years? Some countries are already experimenting with just giving a universal income. Sana, no? But these are still ideas. I want to zoom in. Robots, that robot is not made in America. That robot is made in Asia, very close to us. The robots that have the most facial expression are made in Hong Kong. So it's here. What are we going to do about it? For us, what can we use? And I'll focus on artificial intelligence because not only is it something that every industry needs, but for journalists, I think this is something you heard this morning. It's very personal. So for me, let me put it to you in the context of journalism, right? Every industry will deal with all of these same things from artificial intelligence. And if it's not yet clear in your head, take a look at this slide and then let's talk about it. Maybe next year we can do more things before next year. But look at some of the things that it will change. Essentially, man or woman, we're going to be working with machines. And some of the things that we don't like doing, those repetitive tasks, we can give to a machine so we can do better things with it. In the end, it goes back to what we were talking about the last 2 days, which is meaning and purpose. That's part of what an idea like universal income is supposed to do, right? As machines come in to take some of those repetitive tasks, what happens to people? Well, look at what AI is. What can it do? Machine vision. So right now, there's already machine learning, facial recognition. Your Facebook has a facial recognition system, right? But now, what about faces to feelings? Your apps can actually begin to understand images and video and the way you feel. Speech recognition, when you do something, when you put something on Facebook, when you put something on some of the apps, this is now artificial intelligence. Language processing. One of our startups, one of the pitches yesterday was using language processing. When you use a bot, that uses language processing. When you're doing a kind of educational product, that will require knowledge, representation, and reasoning. Again, that's artificial intelligence, machine learning and predictive analytics, and robotics. All of these things are just different ways of using artificial intelligence. So start to look at it. Start to take it apart. In your daily life, you may not know that you're already using it. In fact, among the biggest artificial intelligence companies around the world are in your pockets. Google and Facebook and Apple, right? So artificial intelligence is in everything that we do, but let's zoom in on artificial intelligence that we can use for pitches, machine learning. This is, again, you've heard me talk a lot about, if you were at ThinkPH, I talked about bots, both good and bad, right? Machine learning is part of what makes the bot able to do very simple things, but can also, if you use deep learning and neural networks, I'm tossing these out. Google, our best friend right now. We must wrap our heads around them because that will be part of the creative process you can tap to look at the problems you want solved and tap the technology. This I'll leave with because these are some of the things we in media grapple with. And your technology platform, Facebook, uses a lot of, right? Has anyone used virtual reality? Virtual reality? Not yet. Raise your hand if you've used virtual reality. Yeah. And did you like it? Did you hate it? Yeah? You're nodding your head? So, right? Virtual, I'm not a big fan yet, but the way that it's moving so fast, it'll change in the same way that Google Glass didn't quite work, right? But it's going to move exponentially. Augmented reality is something else, and we're doing a lot of that. Who uses Snapchat, Facebook, augmented reality when you put it? You're already using it. Can we use it for something else? I've seen advertisers play with it. And then finally, this one we've seen in the developed world, mixed reality. When in the real world, instead of just doing this, we can actually take something and be able to mix different realities. Interesting ideas, not so far-fetched because you can actually use the artificial intelligence. IBM, Watson, gives some of this stuff for free. So if you're looking at problems you need solutions for, consider this. The reason I'm telling you this is because I think everyone who's come up on stage today has talked about taking risks and not being afraid to fail. Well, we are at began Rappler, as just a risk and an experiment. And when it took off, we were thrilled, but we were also prepared to fail. Now with technology where it is, it's time to take more risks. And the next risk I want to tell you about here because I love the community that we have every year. And this is something that as a traditional journalist, I wasn't sure was right, but at the same time, has been done in all other parts of the world. It's giving us the courage to perhaps to be the first in the Philippines to try this. And I'll just read to you some of what we're trying to do and how our community will benefit from this, right? When power, let me pull it up. It's a little hard to read from here. No, let me just get the text. When power insists you're either with us or against us, the space for a diversity of voices and ideas shrinks. When hate and anger are weaponized, it creates a spiral of silence. When critical questions are simplistically equated with an anti-government agenda, it requires courage to hold decision makers accountable. We launched Rappler in 2012 to marry the highest standards of journalism with technology to strengthen Philippine democracy. We don't want to just give you the news. We aim to promote critical thinking, self-reflection, and empathy to encourage informed decision-making. Help us stay free and independent of political pressure and commercial interests. It's our very first crowdfunding campaign. It's something our team had thought about for a while. It's a facility I hope you also, our partners, will be able to work with us on. Please spread the word. It's a world of collaboration. It's an experiment that we wanted to do today. In the end, and I'll go back to the beginning of how we opened the day, the bombings, the death, the threats of the world, and the technology that may be able to push it away and create a better world than the one we're living in. The hashtag is Inspire Courage. Whether it is in journalism or whether it is in your own enterprise or your own organizations, it's a time to inspire courage. I'll leave you with this, with our video.
We believe there are many freedoms to speak, to choose, to love, or just to be. In Rappler, we stand for those freedoms, but we do not stand alone. We stand with the men and women of this country whose visions for the future challenge and engage. We believe that freedom stands for courage, to believe in the good, to question, to seek solutions, to clamor for change. As we work to connect our communities, we are moved with the strength of those who speak for the voiceless. We are empowered by the technology that allows us to tell the nation's story. We are fueled with the hope that together, we can inspire courage.
Hope is a really big word. I hope today brings us all hope again. I'm going to end again with the words from the song that Elinette just sang. I'll be stronger, I'll be wiser, I'll be freer. Hope will save me, dreams will guide me. Let's dream. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Okay, imagine having to work with someone like that every day, every morning. Hindi pwedeng hindi inspired.
Exactly. And you have to match her energy.
Yes.
She has boundless energy. Thank you, Maria. Our next speaker is President and Managing Director of 3M Philippines to talk about designing innovation, a story of success built from failure.
He has solid 14 years in 3M, held 9 roles. Prior to his appointment in the Philippines, he was President and Director of 3M Global Services Channel in Minnesota, USA.
Yon. Okay, ano pang... Hello, Natasha. What have you learned today? Sabi raw kasi stretch eh. No, but of course, a lot of the speakers that have joined us today are really talking about yung kanina, 'di ba, yung theme natin is no one left behind. And I think that in the current day and age, to think that we're still talking about this challenge means that it has evaded the best minds throughout these years. And I think that the emerging technology and new media is really one of our best allies when it comes to actually achieving those goals finally by 2030.
I also think that a lot of millennials, and I'm a millennial. Are you a millennial?
Yes.
Abot ka
I
pa?
think-
A lot of us have dreams like traveling the world and things that we want to do for ourselves. But increasingly, we're seeing that people have dreams that actually include other people and are inclusive,
Yan,
and
yeah.
that's inspiring. And I think, and hopefully, that's a culture that we pass on. That we think not just of personal dreams, but as well as ways to improve society.
All right, now I think he's ready. So once again, let's call on the President and Managing Director of 3M Philippines, Ariel Lacsamana.
Thank you. Thank you. That's cool. Maraming salamat. Thank you. Everybody had a good lunch? Awesome. So that means you're a little bit sleepy at this point, but you were inspired, right? I was in the audience earlier, and normally I have a different introduction here, but I had to acknowledge how inspiring that was for the Rappler team. You know, I've been away from the Philippines for 22 years. I am born and raised here, and rediscovering my own country has really been a good experience and some bad, but what's great is groups like this. People like you that actually start making a difference for our country, planning for the lives that you want to have, that we want to have, for the country that we really like, right? Normally, there's a Q&A for my sections when I do these talks. I've been told there's no facilitation for you to ask questions, but if you're brave enough to shout your question, I'm willing to answer them, all right? Okay, so I am Ariel Lacsamana. I am the first Filipino Managing Director and President of 3M Philippines. I am proud of that because, oh, thank you. I got the clap right there. Woohoo! Don't worry, wasn't soliciting, but thank you. Part of what I share that with you is because I also grew up in this country. Now, I've been away for 22, as I mentioned to you, but moving to the US, having traveled to over 45 of our different subsidiaries, I've seen how good our talent is here in the Philippines. You don't know how proud I am about the Filipino people until you probably sit down with me over coffee or a meal. Because I do try to make sure we mentor people, even my team, to encourage you to take risks, right? We are a company, 3M is a company that's built on taking risks. So how many of you are afraid of failing? No, just a quick raise of hands. Afraid of failing? Wow, nobody's afraid of failing? That's cool. So very brave. Oh, just a few there, right? So very brave people. I used to be that way too. I was afraid of failing. In fact, in college, I started up 10 businesses. 10 businesses. 3 of them were successful with me and my friends. 7 were failures. And from there, I thought, wow, that's not a good batting average, at least back then. Fast forward to today, I'm more learned. It's like, wow, 1 in 100 is the success rate of startups. So 3 out of 10 wasn't so bad, right? That's why I'm encouraging you. Today, what you've learned in the last 3 days, and even today, start your business. Even if you have work, start your business, right? I also encourage employees that we have at 3M Philippines to do. Now, failure is never the end of the story, so I'm going to go back to my actual presentation. Failure is never the end of the story, and that's actually a theme that we encourage at 3M. It's not encouraging failure, but encouraging to take risks, encouraging not to be afraid of failure. Because from failure, you can learn, you can move on, and you can share your experience so other people learn from you. And that's what we encourage, because failure is only failure pag hindi ka natuto, di ba? So, pag nadapa ka, dapat tumayo uli, right? So that's what we're trying to do, is make sure people learn from their mistakes, but they're not afraid to make mistakes. That they learn quick, and they learn on the cheap, right? And we do that internally. 3M is actually a company built on such failure. In 1902, 115 years ago, we were a mining venture. We were a mining venture. 5 people thought to mine in northern Minnesota this mineral called corundum. And corundum is, kung may geologists dyan sa audience, they're probably going, yes, yes, I know that, I know that. But corundum is a very hard mineral. You put it in grinding wheels, so you can make a lot of money out of corundum. So this 5 business venture people thought, hey, let's mine this in the northern part of Minnesota. Unfortunately, when they took a sample of this mineral, they only took it from a 6 square meter type of area, and they found it. So they bought all the acreage around, right? All the land around. Unfortunately, the mineral was just at that area. So bad luck, right? So now they did find other minerals, but it was too soft. It wasn't good for grinding wheels. So at that point, there was a decision they had to make. Do they close up shop, liquidate their assets? Or do we find something useful, something good that society can actually use in this world, right? Good thing their bookkeeper, William McKnight, was brave enough to say, I have faith that we need to create jobs in this state, and we need to stay with that commitment, so let's find a way to do this. The invention that came out of that, any guesses from mineral? No guesses? Sandpaper. Exactly. See, now I get that same reaction. Wow, sandpaper, yes. So if you Google it up right now, you'll see 3M is accredited for inventing sandpaper, and the first one that the market really liked is in 1921, a wet or dry sandpaper. That was important because back then, the auto industry was just booming. And to do finishing, to do the rough edges of vehicles, you really had to sand it before painting. And back then, sandpaper that was used was made out of seashells and glass, so it would cut workers' hands, which is bad, and it wouldn't have a consistent finish, and it'll clog when it's wet. Well, wet or dry, as it implies, was the sandpaper that we invented, and that's how the company started, right? Fast forward to today, we're a $30 billion company operating in 175 countries around the world. So we started from a failure, from sandpaper, right? From there, we didn't stop innovating, because if your only product, papel diliha lang, di ba? You're not going to survive, especially now with China being cheaper in sandpaper. Right? So if you look at the 3 components of sandpaper, we have a mineral, we have paper or some type of film, and then glue to put it all together, right? If you take away the mineral, then you're left with paper and glue. That's tape, right? So another product of 3M is tape. And then you take away the paper, you're left with just glue. So our 3rd largest business at 3M is adhesives. So you got abrasives, film, and adhesives that are our basic technologies in the company. And we didn't stop there. One of the things we encourage in the company is what we call a 15% culture. So coming back to the Philippines, meeting with my team at 3M Philippines, this is something that's prevalent in many of our subsidiaries, but we kind of forget it when we're too busy. So that's part of my encouragement to my team. Use 15% of your time to do anything you want, anything, as long as it's legal and it doesn't hurt people. Those were 2 of my tenets there. But these are 2 examples of inventions that we did from the 15% of people's time. Here in the Philippines is one of the, I think it's the only country when I go through immigration, they ask me, who do you work for? 3M. Oh, 3M tint. Like, wow. Normally I get Post-it, Scotch tape, but here, 3M tint. So very proud, and that's actually the invention right there. That tint was invented by one of our scientists from 15% of his free time. It was a birth of his concern when they were driving on the West Coast in California, and his children was exposed to sunlight, got burned, and says there's probably a better way to protect using our technology, a better way to protect people, especially with this trend of new automotive. So he invented the film, right? And now you're benefiting from that. That's the tint. Even the sandpaper that we talked about, that's the one there. Those are abrasive discs, right? Who could have imagined you can reinvent sandpaper? And we as a company reinvented it 3 times. So that's pretty awesome. And now at the micro level, those granules look like pyramids. And every time it cuts off, the next pyramid layer is there and it's sharper. That comes from an idea of an entrepreneur inside our company. That comes from their own personal time, not from a formal program in the company. Okay? We didn't stop there. We are a company with 46 technology platforms now. We have over 24 businesses grouped into about 5 business groups. You're very familiar with our consumer products, Post-it, Scotch tape, and for those of you who love being in the kitchen, Scotch-Brite, right? I used to do that too. Yeah, so Scotch-Brite is good, but that's actually our smallest business group. Many of the products we have, many of the technologies we introduce in the world are unbeknownst to you or sometimes invisible, right? Many of you probably have smartphones because I was told the Philippines is the 2nd largest user of Facebook in the world. That is so awesome. Keep it up. But you look at this. If you have a smartphone and it has a colored screen, more than likely that's a 3M film, right? If your smartphone is less than 1/4 of an inch thick, more than likely we have 25 components over there. So we contribute to a lot of technology. And not just high-tech technology. I'll show you some examples later. But if you're driving a car, Toyota, BMW, Lamborghini, right? They actually share technologies with 3M, so the electronic connectors in there, the insulation in the cars, the films are made by 3M. If you're familiar with the company Tesla, you know, Tesla has a lot of sensors in their cars. So the windows, they're very strict on which film comes in contact with that window. They have so many sensors, it can't have any metal. So the only film that they actually authorize to put on the Tesla is 3M film because it has no metal. Right? Now we're working with them. This is public information. We're working with them to improve their fuel cells technology. So we're helping that on that end. So we're actually helping companies. And that's the typical question I get. One is, what do we do? So that's the 46 technology platforms. And the second is, how do we solve problems and improve lives? And we don't do it just on our own. We heard earlier that you need to give feedback not only to your companies, to your colleagues, to the government, but that's how we also solicit inventions. We work with you. We work with consumers. We work with your companies. We go actually out into the market to see what issues need to be solved. And then we invent. We collaborate. That's the 3rd component out there. Our people. We encourage a collaborative culture. We have over 90,000 employees around the world. Right? Here in the Philippines, we will have, by the end of this year, close to 500 in total among our 2 entities. We have a sales and marketing one, and we have our BPO, internal BPO, here in 3M Philippines. We just opened that last year in March, and we're creating jobs, probably hiring up to 800 people in total by the end of next year. So that's pretty awesome. But the good news is, normally in BPOs, there's a high turnover rate. At 3M Philippines, our turnover rate is less than 8%. And you're asking why? Don't worry, we don't bribe them, but it's the career path. The career path that they see that we offer, because we are a collaborative culture where you just don't stop at the BPO area. if you have an interest of going into sales and marketing, we have a sales and marketing organization. And if you want to take that risk, we'll train you. That's the difference in culture. That coming from the US, normally pag tayo lumalaki, di ba, kailangan, if you get promoted, you want to know that job before you get promoted. Well, the good news is, as an American company, we don't really do that. We invest in you. If you want to take that risk together with us, we invest in you. And that's why we've kept the turnover rate pretty low. And by the way, this technology is open to you. We realized how important it is to educate the Filipino people on what solutions are out there already. You know, about a couple of months ago, I think in June, we were with the Mind Museum, and we brought students from Iligan, 12 students from Iligan, from their inventions. And it was inspiring to see how creative they were. When we toured them in our innovation center, and we have about 53 of those around the world, we have one here in the Philippines. They said, "Sir, it should have been done about maybe a year ago. Then our invention would have been better." So that's what we're doing now. We're reaching out to schools, not just in Metro Manila, but in the provinces, in Davao, in Cebu, and actually I'm taking a trip up north to Isabela. That'll be an adventure, just because we're reaching out to these schools. So I'll show you a little clip of what's available to you here in the Philippines. Cool. Well, thank you. That's here in BGC. So if you want to collaborate with us, you want to explore more technologies that would be available to you to start your business or enhance what you already have, just let us know. Our Chief Brand Officer is right there, Rika Kamibayashi. You can reach out to any of us, any of our employees, and we'll schedule a tour for you or your company or colleagues, right? Because we're trying to encourage innovation in the country. And in innovation, as you heard from our previous speaker, that's already off the shelf. We actually collaborate with the Singularity University. That was actually a very neat trivia. I just met with their CEO in February because we're trying to connect during his trip here into the Philippines. So it's pretty cool how small the world is now with technology, and this is available to you. I'm giving you a couple of examples that I hope we can also do in the Philippines. This is an invention of 3M India. And when we talk about innovation, it doesn't have to be complicated. This one was actually a mop, right? Because clean floors are very important in India. And by the way, a little trivia, we've come full circle. One of the inventors of this used to be a STEM, a science, technology, education, and math student of ours. And now full circle works in the lab of 3M India. So we've sponsored these things in other countries that we'd like to do here in the Philippines. And this invention was done because, one, the team wanted to make sure that from the neighboring garment industry, the waste was reduced, and also be able to create more jobs. So this is the perfect trifecta. They actually invented a new pattern, a new way of cleaning floors, created jobs, and reduced waste in the environment. That was pretty awesome. So I'm hoping we can do that in the Philippines. These are other examples. I told you about the car having masking tape, right? Because you take out the mineral, you get the tape. That's what we have. The last innovation that I'll probably share with you is our broom. That's a local innovation, right? So look for it out there and tell me what you think, because that's truly another one where we talk with customers, talk with consumers, and work with you. So hopefully we've given you enough to work with. We are a company that uses our technology, products, and innovation to advance companies, enhance homes, and improve lives, and hoping that we can work together to really improve the lives of the Filipinos. All right, thank you, and hopefully you're encouraged to do business. Cheers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ariel. Wow, those are a lot of innovations from 3M. They're very
That's cool.
pervasive
Yeah.
technology, you know, like from your cars, from your cell phones. Parang sarap maging technology savvy and scientist. Thank you, kay Ariel. Our next part will be, as the chairs are being brought in, a panel discussion, and we will be talking about the challenges to innovation and entrepreneurship in the Philippines. This will be moderated by Lala Rimando, the business desk editor at Rappler. Okay.
Okay, and they'll be discussing what is preventing the local startup scene from taking off. One day I hope we could be more like Silicon Valley, but what are the current challenges that the Philippines is facing? So we have a great panel actually doing this, and one of the panelists is Undersecretary Mon Ibrahim of the Department of Information and Communications Technology. He served as one of the deputy commissioners of the Arroyo-era Commission on Information and Communications Technology and the deputy executive director of the ICT office, the precursor of the DICT.
We also have Undersecretary Rosemary Edilion of the National Development Office, Planning and Policy Unit of the National Economic and Development Authority, or NEDA. She manages the blueprint of government policies, the Philippine Development Plan.
Outside of government, we have two other panelists. Attorney J.J. Dicini is the managing partner of the Dicini and Dicini Law Offices. He is one of the leading information and technology law experts in the country today.
And finally, last but not least, is Diane Estacio. She is the executive director of the incubator Ideal Space Philippines, a nonprofit organization dedicated to supporting innovation, technology development, and entrepreneurship as a path to nation building. So let's call them on stage with your moderator for this panel discussion. Please give them a big round of applause. Lala, take it away.
To my right is Miss Rose Edilion. Okay. You're our go-to person for anything about NEDA, especially for the macroeconomic reporters when they are going after figures like the GDP and inflation and everything that you need to know about the Philippine macroeconomic picture. So it's Miss Rose that we go to. Okay, and Mr. DC, of course, Mr. JJ, Attorney JJ, and then Yusek Mon to next to his right, and of course, Okay, so let's just dive right through this because we just heard a very inspiring discussion, talk about how 3M went from being a failure to a mega company of 5 different business groups, ranging from consumer to everything else in between, industrial and a lot of things. But this morning, we also had several discussions on entrepreneurship. And it's something that has been said all along as very important in addressing the economic and social needs of the country. Entrepreneurship, as they always say, is not something that's in the psyche of the Filipinos because we have an employment mentality. But Sir Mon, your group has come up with a digital roadmap for startups in 2015, where you had big ambitions in growing this space in particular, the tech startups. You want to go from just 100 startups in 2015 to 500 in 2020. It's a space that would be employing anywhere from 8,700 to even more than that, with a cumulative valuation of 2 billion in 2020. Since you put that out in 2015, how has it been?
First of all, thank you for having me here. Okay. A small correction, it's actually not a roadmap. What happened was, it was actually, the development of the roadmap was actually crowdsourced. We just actually provided the venue, the platform for the whole thing to actually happen, but it was primarily developed by the community. So, in the end, we just actually provided subsidy for it to be formally launched, okay? But the whole thing was actually by the community, okay? So, from 2015 to where we are today, we've actually, we've I think moved to just about 100 startups when we actually launched the roadmap to probably 500 today, okay? Oh, so 547. So that's where we are. So I think the projection there was was underestimated, okay? And but that was actually the estimate of the community. I was intrigued by the theme of this panel, which is what's actually keeping us from getting our startup ecosystem off the ground. It has actually taken off the ground.
Yes.
Okay, and I've been part of it. I actually live it. Okay, it's just that it was only very recently that in the Philippines, digital startups have become sexy. Okay, prior to that, we've had great success stories, and in fact, I think we're going to be giving out some books, some copies of The Finishers, okay, which highlights, all the great stories we've had the last probably 20 years as far as digital startups is concerned. So we've taken off. Of course, we cannot expect something like Silicon Valley because Silicon Valley was very, very special to Silicon Valley, okay? In the same way that the Singapore ecosystem is very different from that of the Silicon Valley. We're seeing actually the development of an ecosystem that is very, very unique to the Philippines. And I'm glad that we have, very, very strong partners who have engaged with the government. We're talking here of accelerators like, and incubators like Idea Space. And we've also seen the whole thing, okay, it's not just Metro Manila centric today. We're running a national startup competition for university students. The last 3 years, we've never had any winner coming from Metro Manila, okay? We have entries from, Siquijor. You know where Siquijor is? Yeah. Okay. We've had winners from Davao, from the 2 schools there. Well, every year we have winners from the Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology. That only shows how good they are in things like this. And maker spaces, fab labs are cropping up all over the Philippines, and we're getting traction. It's kind of unique to the Philippines. So, however, what we're doing right now, as far as our department is concerned, is trying to benchmark ourselves, making sure that we're actually at par with the rest of the ASEAN. So, as we speak today, we have bumalik na pala. We had a team that actually participated in the ASEAN Makerspace competition in Malaysia, okay? They, I think, got third place there. And then next week, tomorrow, we're flying out 3 Filipino startups to compete in Singapore for, the Singaporean government mentorship program with some funding. So it's so exciting today, and we're so glad that it has become sexy. Of course, with the help of people from the media, but we'll get there. I think it's in a matter of 5 years, we're actually going to see a Filipino unicorn.
That's something to look forward to. Okay, we'll try to discuss more of those startups coming from small islands all the way to Sikihor, as you mentioned. But let me just move on to Ms. Edilion. Entrepreneurship, startups, etc., is a big part of the Philippine Development Plan, which essentially you're the point person for. Can you give us an idea of where that space contribute and the big picture as to where the Philippines want to be?
Yeah, so entrepreneurship, we see it as a key to inclusive growth. Because if you have many of this, by the way, by entrepreneurs, we mean they should be employing somebody else. Yeah. So it's not just one person doing it by himself. So it would be like your startups and employing somebody else. So as you know, one of the big problems we're trying to address is our employment problem. And the way to have more employment is to have more employers. So we see entrepreneurship as one of the strategies to have this. But at the same time, we also know that there's also economies of scale, and therefore the PDP also talks about linking them to the global value chain, linking them to, we're also talking about inclusive business models, which I think can also be done in the tech startups. We also have in this PDP a chapter that is dedicated to science, technology, and innovation. Actually, this is the first time we've done it. Because what we envision is really a life that is beyond this administration. We want a longer-term perspective of development. And for that, we actually need to grow much, much faster, and we need the growth to be more and more inclusive. And again, the key to that is your entrepreneurship and also your innovation. So, in the PDP, with respect to entrepreneurship, we talk about their ease of access to finance. Actually, we already have certain programs and certain laws actually that have been enacted, like the Credit Surety Fund, which actually leverages LGU funds and then provides it to cooperatives, so that sometimes that's the big problem of startups. Access to capital. And sometimes, your big banks don't want to lend to these startups because of the very high risk. But then you have this Credit Surety Fund, which acts like a guarantee. You have LGU funds that provides the guarantee. You also have other national government funds there. So that's a big win for our startups. We also have again the access to technology. Actually, the DTI has been doing this from before, and we just want to upscale it and actually extend it further. It's your shared service facility. Because sometimes, if you're just starting up, it's so difficult to have one big warehouse or one big office space. And so it's the DTI that can set that up. At the same time, we also have the DOST, that's the setup. So the DOST, you can tap them for assistance if you're just, let's say, you need the machine that is out there in the market is for a very, very large scale manufacturing or production, but you're just starting up and so yours is just small scale, then you can ask the help of DOST to fabricate a smaller machine for you. So this is the setup. And there's also funding assistance that's available. Yeah.
So essentially, slowly by slowly, the environment, hopefully, because we're going to go next to Attorney Dicini to talk about what happened to the Uber and Grab and LTFRB in a bit. But essentially, there's a lot of things that are happening in the different units of the government to enable an environment where startups can actually thrive. A couple of weeks ago, we came up with a report that said that the 50 richest families in the Philippines account for 24% of the total economy. That has actually gone down to a high of 27% from 3 years ago. But it's still a considerable fraction of the entire economy. So the more diverse the influence of entrepreneurs, whether they are in Siquijor or elsewhere is concerned, I think it's a good thing. We've also seen the likes of the BSP, Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, which is among the more proactive agencies of the government in, coming up with solutions to financial inclusion. So, back to Attorney Dicini on regulation, because it's not always that we have a BSP in our country who understands that regulation has to move ahead of what's really happening, of what the startups are trying to solve as problems. But from your experience and discussions with your peers, why did that happen? Is it only here where something like that can happen, where yes.
Are you referring to the
yes,
Uber?
The Uber experience, the Uber and Grab. In general, why did we have to go through something like that?
All right. So what's true with all these new businesses and as mentioned by Yusek Mon, if you look at least recent history on tech startups, it probably started in the late 90s. The first person I can think of was that a big buyout was Dom Danao with Pinoy Mail. That was like 1999, thereabouts, right? And then the first wave for me was the value-added service providers selling SMS, right? Information gateway, Chica. So that was the first wave. And I thought that was a bit unfortunate. What happened there was because the NTC didn't step in. They kept it quote-unquote unregulated. And so the major telcos, in effect, kept all of these value-added service providers under their thumb. And as a result, I think because government didn't intervene to level the playing field, all of these SMS companies are now gone. And I think there were opportunities that were lost back then because back when SMS, value-added service provider, at the time when it was starting, we were the #1 in the world. Most number of SMS messages being sent from the Philippines. The value-added service providers here had a big playground to develop apps that they could have exported. But unfortunately, that didn't happen, and all of these guys ended up being bought out by the telcos, and we've all since migrated now to the what we have now, sort of an open system, iOS, and Android created that system, sort of how do you call that, disintermediated the telcos. So now the telcos are now supporting the ecosystem. Going back to Uber, and this is really a constant problem for anybody who's involved in innovation, and this will always be this push and pull, and Uber is always in the center of that. Because Uber's business model does not fit in just about any regulatory place. Anywhere where they launch, at the time that they launch, they probably do not follow the law. And in the Philippines, we were quite unique. When it was launched here, there was everybody loved it. There was big social media support for it. That when the LTFRB started enforcing the law as they understood the law, there was a big backlash. And what was interesting for us, and we were unique in Asia at that time, we actually passed rules specifically for Grab and Uber. And this is the TVNS rules that the DOTR issued. Now, what was puzzling about the recent events, and it's interesting the social media backlash was there as well, supporting Uber. What was interesting was that Uber knew that they were violating the rules. So from my perspective, actually, not to defend the LTFRB, I'm not saying that the LTFRB is a great regulator. The fact of the matter is that you passed rules already for them. All they had to do was follow, and they didn't follow. And I think it was good that the LTFRB did what they did, because they're just enforcing the rules that are in place. Now, going back to the LTFRB and the way that they've quote unquote structured the taxi market and the quality of the taxi service that we've seen, and certainly, Uber is much better than taxi. I take Ubers. I avoid taking taxis if I can avoid it. And that's the problem, right? The rules that govern the taxi business was a law that was enacted, I think, in the 1920s or the 1930s. That's a public service law. So obviously, it doesn't translate well. 1935. It doesn't translate well to today. Iba yung premises, no? Unfortunately, we're stuck with that. And this is true for any innovator. You come into a system, you want to make things more efficient. An information platform makes easier for people to find each other in a marketplace, for example. But many markets are regulated by government very strictly, so financial markets, etc. We're going to see that with fintech. Fintech's going to slam into the financial sector, and the BSP has taken some leadership in terms of I think we're the first country in ASEAN to have virtual currency licenses, and the BSP Governor Espinilla announced that they had already issued 2 licenses for virtual currency exchanges. We also have electronic money issuances. So the BSP is taking the lead. But actually, fintech is going to slam not only on BSP, but it's going to be an SEC issue. Can you imagine if you issue an Ethereum that is equivalent to, say, a bond or equivalent to a share of stock? And then what if somebody issues something that looks like a derivative or an insurance product? The insurance commission is going to come into play. So you have SEC, you have BSP, you have insurance commission, all of this running over tech. Maybe the Department of ICT will need to take the lead. But right now, this is a big question. What we need, and the approach that's been taken in some countries, is that the regulator is allowed to suspend the rules temporarily to watch what would happen. So I mean, we don't have that law yet, but assuming that law is put into place, they call it a regulatory sandbox, where the finance regulator can suspend rules, allow these tech companies to operate within a certain barrier, right? And then in exchange, and this is actually in a sense where the DOTR, I think, failed in their rules. Well, not failed. They should have gotten the data. In exchange for the TNVS license, they should have said, give us the data, because it allows them to track traffic flows and where demand is, and then they could redirect taxi services in those areas as well. But that's what a regulatory sandbox is. You're allowed to operate free of regulations for a temporary period. In exchange, government gets the data, and this information then is used by government to create regulations. The regulators that we have on stage, these are they're very enlightened regulators. I think USEC Mon has been trying to take the lead on the startup. I mean, it's a monster, right?
And
it's hard to
And if I may, that's actually what BSP, the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, did. They actually created a regulatory sandbox for blockchain technology because it's something that we don't actually understand. Right. That would allow us now to actually see where we should regulate and where we should not regulate. Okay, and this is a concept. Of course, very very few of us in government truly understand. It's a good thing that my dissertation in my masteral is actually about it's innovation sandbox, but it's almost the same as a regulatory sandbox. That's a concept that we need to actually advocate in I think all government agencies who are regulatory bodies should actually take a serious look at the concept of an innovation or a regulatory sandbox.
But of course, we have to. I know we want to have freedom to innovate, but think about it for a while. It's so easy to waive the rules for Uber, but would you waive the rules for a new drug, right, that's going to enter a market, or a new type of food that's going to enter a market? Well, you don't want that. So you understand offhand that we need the regulators to be there. Their job is to protect the general public, and to the extent that they can, then that is appreciated. But we should also understand that they're constrained by that. At the same time, they want innovation as well. And I think the Philippine government, the people in government that I've spoken to, they're very thoughtful individuals who do understand the complexities of the issues, but they're also constrained by the fact that there is a law in place that structures many of the markets where these innovators will have to operate.
So we're in a waiting moment where we're hoping that the regulators can catch up or learn more about these new spaces, innovative spaces where the entrepreneurs, startup and entrepreneurs are trying their best to solve society's problems.
Yes, that's correct.
So let me just move on to Dayan now. You're the only one in the panel who's directly involved with the tech startups themselves. So can you just share to us some examples of areas or specific startups as well, as far as challenges and successes that you've seen?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Just to make you understand more, if in case some of you in the audience don't know what an accelerator does, it really accelerates someone with an idea to push them to prototype, and someone with a prototype to push them to look for customers and get customers, someone with customers to get more customers. So that's what we do. Idea Space is an accelerator. I think the biggest problem we have is really talent pool. Our talent pool, as you said, we're born into a world where we're conditioned to be an employee and not an entrepreneur. We're conditioned to follow and not to challenge. And so it's difficult for many people to become an entrepreneur. The great thing is that there are lots of young people, and the millennials, I think, and the older millennials, I think, are, to me, the hope. We need to have more numbers. We're only 547 technology-based startups that we can account for, versus Israel, well, they claim to have 3,000. Their population is what, 4, 5 million? Our population is 110, and we only have 547. Indonesia is so much ahead of us. Yes, they're 300 million plus, or something like that. But they have, I think, more than 1,000 technology startups. So I think we need more and more people to get into it. And as a gentleman from 3M said, don't be afraid to fail. There is a fear of failure in most of our families, just how the kids are conditioned. Don't fail in school. I think the best place to fail is in school. The safest place to fail is in school. Our chairman, Manny Pangilinan, who started Idea Space, said the safest time for people to fail is when they're young, because
tell that to the parents who expect their kids to bring home test papers with an A or an A+ there.
I think it's when you judge your child that you failed. I think that parents should say, why didn't you make it? Why didn't you make the cut? And that's what makes a stronger entrepreneur. Each time he fails, he gets insight. Why I failed? Why it didn't work? Why could I have found someone who could complement my weakness? It's that failure that allows you to try to be better than what you were before. And I think that's our challenge. In our culture, it's not in our culture to be allowed to fail. It's a shame to fail. So we have, I think, for me, I think that we shouldn't lose hope when the regulators have challenges for our startups. We have several startups who, you have to really reach out and talk to the SEC what crowdfunding is all about. You have to reach out to BSP to talk about what blockchain is all about. So it's a perpetual conversation. I think that negative energy is not going to help innovation. If we're slamming LTFRB for, you're like this and like, I don't think that energy is not going to go anywhere. It's just going to stress us and kill us more. But really reach out and really talk to them and make them understand these are new things, these are new technologies. Government is always, they want to play safe. So we have to understand their side. But then it's in the conversation where they'll be able to understand what new technology can bring and really feed 110 million Filipinos.
Okay, so we moved from macroeconomy to the regulatory space, then we went to the home. As it's essentially we're saying, okay, it's good to have entrepreneurs who are innovative, but there's a lot of areas where we still need to improve on. So we'll reach the likes of what you said, Indonesia and Israel. But one thing about Indonesia is that they also have a lot of the big conglomerates helping out or starting, essentially investing in startups. We don't have that in the Philippines.
I think we're starting to have.
I mean, there's there are 2 or 3, but we need more, I think.
Yes,
so
we do need more. We need more family corporations to really be aware that they have to disrupt themselves, that they need to embrace startups, work with startups. I'm very happy to see a lot more family corporations really having their own private incubators. So there's a lot of that. And it's like a snowball. It takes time for a snowball to become massive. So, and as it, takes momentum, it picks up people. So I don't know if you're familiar with the concept of open innovation. It's academe, government, small businesses, big businesses working together. Sometimes ideas inside a corporation may not grow inside a corporation. Say, for example, one team from Voyager, which you can say is part of PLDT, still it's a big corporation. They couldn't develop the idea inside Voyager, so they went to Idea Space, and the team was allowed to get a 2-month sabbatical to work on their idea specifically, and so they're able to grow it, and then now it's back inside Voyager, and it's part of a revenue stream of Voyager. So those things have to, big businesses have to work with small businesses. Our startup that was doing a queuing system, it was a student team that couldn't find a customer, so they knocked on the door of Smart, and Smart gave a special, usually, because if you don't make 10 million pesos, Smart's not going to allow you through their procurement process. But because it was vetted by Idea Space, by an accelerator, they're guided, they're allowed to put their queuing system in the Smart stores. And after, now that it's in Smart stores, thank you, then other bigger companies are catching on. So this same business, this queuing system, is now serving also BDO branches across the country. So it's those little successes that we need to have more and more of them.
I can't help it. I need to actually inform everyone that that startup was started by students from Tawi-Tawi. Can you imagine that? And, I think they're now in Singapore. They're actually trying to expand their market in the region, okay? And, the exciting was this minds like this, exciting was this people like this are actually changing the landscape out there. Because if we talk of challenges, it's actually the mindset of the young people. Kasi from a very young age, okay, we've been told by our parents, you study, okay, for you to be able to actually work for what? Procter & Gamble, Unilever, or hopefully not government. So ganun yung ganun. That's actually the mindset, no? So us who's actually trying to to advocate for entrepreneurship out there, that's the biggest challenge right now, because most of these kids, okay. So we're trying to get, very, very young entrepreneurs from, for example, from Tawi-Tawi, to help us inspire these kids to actually help them change their minds. And also, if we can only invite, and we do invite a lot of parents in most of our workshops, okay, and then they say, okay.
Well, just one more thing on going back to Uber. One of the most important things I found out in this Uber episode is that they had 66,000 cars, and none of those cars are owned by Uber. That means on average of, say, 800,000 per vehicle. That's 4.8 billion pesos worth of investment put by entrepreneurs, meaning there's money out there that can go into startups, and they are willing. And I find it fascinating that that money is going to invest in Uber-type businesses. And that's good, because now I think what we're seeing, that there is a lot of entrepreneurship out there. People are tired of investing in condos, hopefully to slow down the real estate market. Instead of putting the money you save in a piece of real estate, now they're putting it in something that drives the economy forward. I think that's a very significant thing that we're going to see. I think people are just looking for the right opportunity, and then this thing's going to take off very quickly. Let's not forget, Surpass listed. There are tech startups that have very million-dollar valuations, and they're already out there. They just need more examples of that, more tech millionaires to inspire the next generation.
Yeah. So essentially, we have a population. Majority of them still have the old thinking of, let's be employees after school. But there are a number out there, as the Uber example has shown us, that entrepreneurs are out there wanting to make their own difference, not just in their own lives, but in their target customers as well. So in the meantime, between that and the regulatory environment, preparing and getting to understand this innovative space, it's 2017. We don't know what will happen in 2018 or 2019 or after 5 more years of the current or an upcoming or in the next administration, but we all do hope for the best. We're probably at the cusp of things where, as you said, we'll potentially be looking for more great things to come. It will snowball. So in the meantime, let's just hang in there and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much to my panelists, and good afternoon,
Thank you very
everyone.
much.
Thank you, panelists, and thank you, Lala, for that very thought-provoking panel. Okay. Now we have our keynote speech for the plenary session. Ula Amgren is the United Nations Resident Coordinator and UNDP Resident Representative in the Philippines. Today, he's going to talk about why youth entrepreneurship is important to achieving the SDGs by 2030.
He's been with the UN for over 25 years, working on humanitarian affairs, development, peace and security, and disaster relief. This is his 3rd year with us at the Philippine Social Good Summit. Friends, please give a warm round of applause for Ula Almgren.
Thank you. This happens to me a lot. Okay. And a good day to everyone. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. So as you heard, my name is Ula Almgren. I'm the United Nations Resident Coordinator in the Philippines, and I would like to start this by thanking Maria Ressa and all our friends at Rappler for partnering up with my colleagues from the United Nations Development Program in bringing the Social Good Summit to the Philippines for the 6th time since 2012. And I'd also like to thank all of you for taking the time to join us here today. And I think just to help circulation a little bit, we've been in the room for a pretty long time now. Why don't we give ourselves a good round of applause for just turning up. Thank you. I want to hear more than that when I'm finished here, okay? Now, so some of you, I guess looking at me here, may wonder, why does the United Nations wheel out an old guy, everything is relative, I guess, to talk about how youth entrepreneurships can contribute to the achievements of the SDGs. Don't we have somebody younger who can talk on this subject? And okay, if you do, you may have a point. But I would like to point out that once upon a time, this here was me. I've been young. You know. I can relate. You know. But when this picture was taken half a century or some ago, my parents could hardly have imagined the world as it is today. The world then was recovering from the social and economic upheaval of a world war. And in the decades since, humankind has made leaps and bounds in development, for good and sometimes, we have to admit it, for worse. And much of it has been unforeseen. Much of today's technology and innovations would have appeared like science fiction to my parents then, and if sci-fi is suggestive of a culture's forecast for its future, I could say the world progressed quite differently from the expectations or imaginations people appear to have had when we watch those olden sci-fi movies today, if you're into that. So here I am again. Some of you may have met me in the previous Social Good Summits. This is the third time here in the Philippines, and where we come together to conceive and incubate ideas that will drive positive development. Turn the bad to good, and the good to even better. Every year I participate in the Social Good Summit, I'm inspired to see so many young people in age, or as is my case, in spirit, come together to share ideas and develop solutions for the future. To us at the United Nations, it makes really a world of difference, knowing tomorrow's generation is this eager to participate and collaborate. Because it is you who will inherit the planet post-2030. But then what's so special about 2030 and the years from now until then? Well, let's take a moment just quickly and look back to the year 2000. Many of you here today, just looking out the room and trying to scan the ages here, are millennials. So 2000 would not be all that long after you were born, or perhaps not that long before you were born. And with the turn of the millennium, the world came together and for the first time agreed on a global development agenda. That was the United Nations Millennium Declaration and the launch of the Millennium Development Goals, what we refer to as the MDGs. 8 goals to rally global intent and resources for advancing human development in the coming 15 years. And when we look back today, we can see just how powerful that shared intent, that global partnership, was in reaching towards a world with fewer people living in extreme poverty, with more people having access to education, where inequalities between men and women were reduced, where more children survived their first years, where maternal health was improved, the prevalence of HIV, malaria, and other diseases decreased, and where measures were put in place to safeguard our environment. But as the world approached 2015, the end year of the Millennium Development Goals, it became very clear that the objectives that had been set in 2000 would not be fully reached, and certainly that more work remained to be done. So the member states, the 193 member states of the United Nations, asked themselves, and they asked millions of people through a global survey, what's next? And the results of this led to the successor of the Millennium Development Goals, the 2030 Agenda, and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which we are now in the second year of implementing on our journey towards 2030. But not just more of the same, though. Compared to the MDGs, the SDGs now are transformative. So instead of looking at a reduction in the number of people living in poverty. The Sustainable Development Goals speak of ending extreme poverty altogether. And the SDGs also broaden the scope from 8 objectives to 17, integrating human development with sustainable development in order not to let the development for the current generation, for those of us who are here now, deplete natural resources and our environment for future generations, our children and their children. The SDGs are also universal. They apply equally to the global north, if there is one, as they do to the global south, recognizing that all nations have to contribute and all nations have to adjust if the objectives are to be achieved. So the SDGs serve as a guide to help us achieve the world we want by 2030, to advance human development, to safeguard our planet, to bring prosperity for all, to turn conflict to peace, and to establish a partnership for their achievement that the world has never seen before. They are ambitious, but they are essential to our future. Perhaps at this point, it may be worth to remind ourselves, here in the Philippines, while poverty incidence is decreasing, and that is positive, still 1 in every 4 Filipinos live in or very close to poverty. Here in the Philippines, 1 in every 3 children is stunted, and the prevalence of stunting among children under 5 continues to rise. The Philippines is the only Asia-Pacific country where the rate of teen pregnancies rose over the last decades. In the Philippines, 1 out of 10 Filipinos do not have access to electricity in their homes, and the Philippines still places among the lowest in ASEAN for key infrastructure services. And the internet? Well, I'll skip that slide. So these are a few examples where there's much positive development here and where there's a fantastic intent in the Ambition Natin 2040, which looks at where does the Philippines and where do Filipinos want to be in 2040, and the Philippine development plans that are leading towards that ambition. There's still much work that remains to be done, and this is work that's urgent. So now, is there anybody in the room here today who believes that we will be able to address these challenges fully and achieve our goals simply by doing more with what we already have? I don't think so. To achieve these will require disruption, new ways of thinking, new technology, and new ways of working together. So governments will need to shape partnerships with other governments, with the private sector, with the academe, with civil society, and not the least, with the youth. Because who is better placed to think outside of the well-worn tracks of today's solutions than the young? We are thrilled to tap the tremendous potential of young people to commit to and support the Sustainable Development Goals, starting today and as you mature. My generation had a hand in bringing the world we share to what it is today, again for good and sometimes for worse. Now we need fresh ideas and fresh minds to innovate and develop new approaches if we are to achieve the SDGs. No innovation is too small to be counted, and the participative power of social media is an important catalyst to this change, to do social good in harnessing, in maximizing the potential of innovation. And as a social media hub of the world, or even the social media capital of the world, as some refer to the Philippines, you have a fantastic contribution to make in this field. These days, we see more and more people, particularly then young women and men, push the boundaries of citizen engagement and work towards the future they want. We see the emergence of new infrastructures of social innovators, entrepreneurs, and civil society, and dramatic shifts in the development landscape accelerated by new technologies and new finance models. Technology is a powerful enabler and a vessel for innovation. But technology does not equal innovation per se. The key aspect here is the value added and measurable progress to bring about real improvements in people's lives. Innovation for development is about identifying more effective solutions that add value for the people affected by development challenges, people and their governments, our users, our clients, our members as the United Nations. At the United Nations, we firmly believe that achieving the SDGs requires deliberate, calculated new ways of triggering change. Young people have the greatest stake in the future, so they must be engaged as agents of innovation and change. Young people around the world have made valuable contributions to sustainable development, and these efforts must be considered when developing policy that aims to support and encourage innovation. We heard about it just now in the panel here. With the interconnectedness of people around the world, the opportunities to work together and collaborate truly seem endless. However, at the same time, we must recognize that many young people are also frustrated with educations that sometimes are not quite good enough for the world of today, out of work with insecure jobs that leave too much beyond their grasp, or without enough opportunities to express themselves, share their values, and take part in the decisions that affect their lives. Often, however, these same young people, and I thought it was great to hear the example about Tawi Tawi just now. These same young people only need a gentle push or intervention to create conditions to move out of that frustrated state. And we have to do everything we can so they don't get stuck in what can easily become a vicious circle. So now I've been talking here for what in the room probably feels like a long time. But let me then attempt to make an illustration through a popular show that often represents real issues in its own unique satirical way. It will help if there's sound.
Bolivia, East Springfield.
My name is Nelson Mandela Muntz.
Nelson?
And my dream is to make and market custom bicycles.
Nelson, my dream is to make enough money so as I can get the rest of this tattoo removed.
Sorry I wasted your time. No fool would take a chance on a loser like me.
I will. I'll take a chance on you, Nelson Muntz.
Nelson, I gotta take this computer to the pawn shop so we can get White Castle for your birthday.
So, Nelson, I see you started a small business.
Yeah, some anonymous dude sent me $50. Probably someone cool like Famous Amos or Baba Booey. And I'm gonna justify his faith in me.
Well, whoever your mysterious donor is, he or she really wants you to succeed. Ding dong! Ooh, your first customer. Be nice.
Right, nice. Good day, Mr. Barf Breath.
Good day to you.
Let me be frank. Everyone thinks you're a wuss. So we'll change the pink to black, elevate the seat, trust me, it's slimming, and change this wicker basket to no basket. Do you like it?
Oh, I love it.
Wow, my first job. Tonight I'm having peanut butter and jelly. No more PB or J for me.
Alrighty. Of course, towards the end of this episode, if we watched it to the end, unfortunately, we will find that Lisa here, who contributed crowdfunding for Nelson's idea, with the ultimate objective that he could earn money and afford to stay in school, found that she failed at her goal. Because in fact, Nelson's radical approach to bicycle modification made his business boom, and soon he found the money too good and the requirements of his time so intensive that he dropped out of school altogether. And Lisa Simpson's failure to meet her objective echoes perhaps sometimes the frustrations of many invested in social enterprise. Nelson here, his predicament also demonstrates the frustration many young entrepreneurs may feel or face, struggling to get their businesses off the ground. And it's precisely in response to these challenges, and because of the responsibility young people carry as heirs to the future, that convergence for the achievement of the SDGs is imperative. Responsible social entrepreneurship appears to stand at the convergence of technology and innovation, collaboration and citizen engagement. So now to perhaps further stir your imagination, and as you already know, more and more enterprises today are not your traditional bricks and mortar that manufacture goods and provide services. Just like e-commerce such as Airbnb, and we heard about Uber, fill a nice niche by linking products and services, so can social enterprise. And just 1 week ago, Filipino social enterprise Educacion.ph was recognized with the Youth Social Entrepreneurship Award 2017 by ASEAN. It was the single entry from the Philippines, and founder and proprietor Henry Motte Munoz had designed a portal collating information on available courses across schools and universities. You may be familiar with this. Students are able to apply online, find scholarships, and design a career path all in one place. Check this out. I don't think Henry is here today. If he is, he could stand up. But if he's in his absence, I still think that we can afford him a round of applause for winning this prestigious award at ASEAN. To Henry, a great achievement and hopefully a great inspiration for all of you in this room now and all who are invested and interested in this field of activity. So today I'll be judging entries developed over the previous days' hackathons. And I'm really excited to see more investments in solving social problems, applying the acumen of business and marketing. The Asian Development Bank notes that this is the most effective in areas where government and markets have failed to deliver. And ADB also notes that these solutions are often efficient, affordable, cost-effective, and, wait for it, sustainable. I hope this Social Good Summit will provide you with a platform, and I know that it has already, to discuss development challenges in an open and constructive manner. So for the successful achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, we need fresh ideas and we need solutions. As one of my colleagues pointed out to me, I myself will likely only benefit obliquely to the change that you will bring to the world. But just as my generation's labors have helped shape the world that you have inherited, millennials will make the world better for this generation. Here. And these two guys, they are my children, Hugo and Leo. And they will be in their teens in 2030. And the world they will experience will be the one that you shape. So the challenge that I throw into the room and to you right here and now is to take care of the kids. My children, yours, and wait until you're out of the teenagers. And the children they may have in future generations. The fulfillment of the 2030 agenda will be your legacy to these succeeding generations. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much. Okay, guys, so this is a part, the next part is something I've been very excited about. We are actually going to hear about, we're going to hear the pitches of the 4 Hack Society finalists.
Okay, so this is how it will go down. Each team will be given 5 minutes, just 5 minutes each, to pitch their projects. At the end of the 5 minutes, the microphone will be cut off.
That's
Savage.
harsh. That's harsh.
So savage.
I wish I could just do that when people are savage. Just, right?
Rappler talaga, oh.
Oy.
All right, 5 minutes. And let's introduce the board of judges. Ay, hindi, meron palang dagdag na mechanics. So after 5 minutes, the judges will be given 2 minutes to ask questions from our finalists. So that's a total of 7 minutes, 5 minutes to present, and then 2 minutes for Q&A. Board of Judges.
Okay, we have Ula Amgren. We just heard him speak. We have Maria Ressa. We have Mayor Antolin Oreta, who is the mayor of Malabon, who, by the way, is also celebrating their birthday today. So
Hey,
can we...
happy birthday.
Atom, you want to sing?
Game. Side B. No, no, no.
But thank you for spending your birthday with us. We also have Annette Lim, who's the Public Affairs and Corporate Citizenship Director in the Philippines of City Foundation, and Monday Gonzalez, Director for Sustainability of Globe Telecom.
Here is the mechanics for judging. The grand champion will be selected based on the following criteria. Relevance, 20%. Are they answering a specific problem statement? Does the hack answer the call to leave no one behind?
The second criteria is impact, 20%. How many beneficiaries will this hack help? Will the hack be able to scale up?
The next is hack, 20%. How unique is the solution? Is the solution sound and ethical in practice? Is the business model innovative? And is the presented prototype viable?
And lastly, even if the ideas are great and it sounds awesome, is it feasible? That's another 20%. Is the hack economically, socially, and environmentally sustainable? Is the team capable of executing it? And is the team willing and committed to perform the hack?
For a total of 80%. No, 100. Tama? Is it 80%?
That's only by 80%.
So 20% audience impact.
20%
No,
host's opinion.
We're not sure if the 20% has been prejudged or already added up, but anyway, we will be clarifying that. Nobody seems alarmed, so I think they've got it all figured out.
Okay, we'll get back to you guys on that.
Right, so prizes at stake. Ito importante to. So what are we fighting for? First of all is tumataginting na 50,000 pesos in cash. That goes a long way for these projects.
It does. $1,000. Okay. Second
25%.
is
25% each.
Eat
Sorry, we
25%
just clarified.
each.
Oh, it's 25%
For a
each.
total of
80.
100%. So
Okay.
25 pala each.
So aside from the 50,000 pesos in cash, the winners also get access to Rappler events, workshops, and trainings. These events will provide winners with opportunities to network with partners who can provide mentorship and help refine your product, service, and business model.
Now, this is interesting. Production of one social video worth 450,000 pesos for their winning idea or innovation. The social video will be posted via Rappler and Move.ph social media channels on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
And last but not the least, a once-in-a-lifetime chance to represent the Philippines in the regional competition for youth-led enterprises by the United Nations Development Program.
But wait, there's more. On top of these, This year's winners will also get additional prizes and opportunities from our innovation partners. From Idea Space, they will adopt 1 or 2 qualified teams for their incubation program for 2018 and introduce teams to more mentors and invite them to events exclusive to Idea Space startups.
And Cubo, the incubation hub of the Department of Trade and Industry, will connect winning teams to mentors, provide access to free co-working space, and other Cubo exclusive programs such as legal and industry advice and consultations.
The Department of Information and Communications Technology is giving all the finalists copies of The Finishers by Ezra Ferraz, a story of Filipino leaders who made it big.
And there's more. Magic Malaysia is giving the winner a chance to go into a 2-week pre-acceleration program in Malaysia on November.
And last but not the least, may pa-birthday si Mayor. Mayor Len Oreta of City of Malabon is with us today because his program team will have been observing the teams and the workshops as they want to adopt some of the winning ideas in Malabon City. So that's very exciting. Ma-adopt agad yung ating mga projects. Yun naman yung ultimate goal natin to see the ideas come to life.
So that's a lot of benefits for the winners. So are we ready to hear them? Okay, I'm excited. All right, so let's call the teams up. Loco wants to bridge the knowledge gap between a complicated legal system and the Filipino public through a Facebook chat bot. The team members are Alex Austria and Keisha Mayuga. Are we going to, okay, the teams will draw lots as to who goes first. And the second team, we'll just introduce them for now.
Okay, go ahead. Okay.
The second team is Tuto Club, seeks to utilize the internet and create an alternative classroom for the 3.5 million out-of-school youth and children. Such amazing ideas. Team members, Krisha Lucero, Benz Limsenkeng, Marthen Bajamundi, and Marcos Abad.
We also have Phoenix Textile Recycling, which aims to be a pioneer textile recycling center in the country that will collect fabric scraps and upcycle them into newer, highly valued products such as footwear and accessories. Their team members are Pamela Mejia, Leah Sassing, Regine Marie Salvador, and Adi Torres. And finally, we have Aruga Health. It is a technology company that works towards improving the behavioral healthcare of employees, especially in stressful industries like advertising. Media na rin, sama nyo na. Team members are Dominic De Leon and Sam Sanchez.
Okay, let's bring them up, or will they draw lots first?
Okay na?
Okay na?
We already figured out the... So who's going first? Okay,
Aruga
first
Health.
team is Aruga Health. Give them a big round of applause.
All right.
Check.
Hi, this is Sam. My name is Dominic. We're Aruga Health. We provide companies and employees with emotional and mental wellness for their emotional and mental wellness. This is Andre. Andre is a good friend. We both work in advertising. And like media and BPO industry, work can sometimes be overwhelming. And we were surprised that Andre had to resign last year. We didn't know what to do when he was diagnosed with a mental illness. Andre is 1 in 5 Filipinos living with depression. And out of the 37 employees here in the Philippines, 1, we don't have convenient access to a care provider. We don't know where to go and how to seek help. Our HMO is not covering it. And 3rd, we don't have on-site counselors in our office places. So this is a problem we want to solve, and we're here to propose a solution.
So this is why we're here to introduce to you Aruga. Aruga is an online emotional and mental illness healthcare platform that connects care providers, such as psychologists and licensed guidance counselors, with employees and companies in highly stressful work environments, such as BPOs, advertising, and media. Now, what's in it then for these stakeholders? Well, for employees and companies, they now have an added benefit of getting mental health care. For care providers, our platform gives them an added revenue stream channel where they can render their services online.
So this is how it works. If you are an employee right now, you can visit arugahealth.com. You can actually visit it right now. You will take a free mental wellness assessment. We're using an international depression severity screener called PHQ-9. If you fall from none to mild depression, we will connect you to licensed guidance counselor and clinical psychologist. If you are an employer, you can subscribe to this offering and offer it to your company as part of their benefits. If you are a friend who you have a family member who think you might need help, you can actually give a session for them. Or if you are an employee, there will be less stigma because your employer wouldn't even know that you're actually seeking help. And this matters because depression is now the leading cause of disability worldwide. It's causing absenteeism, even fake sick leaves. It is causing less productivity, and at worst, depression can lead to suicide.
So for Aruga to stay sustainable, these are our three sample financial models that we have. You have one for those individuals who would like to seek help through our platform, whereas we have two kinds of package deals for companies who want to offer such services for their employees. Now you might be asking, how can Aruga leave no one behind? Well, a portion of every transaction fee in Aruga actually goes to fund for an underprivileged depressed individual who cannot finance his medication and treatment for mental health condition.
We would like to highlight that this behavioral platform is for companies and employees for their emotional and mental wellness. If you fall from moderate to severe depression, we will immediately redirect you to the Hope Hotline so you can immediately seek help. For our company, why do you think we are the best team to execute this? Sam and I are graduate students from the Innovation and Business Program of Asian Institute of Management. We have been working on this for the past 6 months. But more than that, we are mental health advocates. We know the pain and we know the fear of having friends, office mates, and even family members living with this mental illness, and we don't know where to go or how to seek help. Sam is a chemical engineer from UP Diliman. She has sales and marketing experience from global product company as a management trainee.
Well, Dom here has 5 years of extensive experience in digital marketing and product management. Actually, just last year, he was part of a team that launched a booking platform for dentists called DentistKed, and was also part of an agency that produced a production video for the Mental Health Act bill called #MHActNow.
By winning this competition and representing the Philippines for the regional pitch, this will allow us to scale the project and leverage on the expertise of our industry advisors. From our 11 industry advisors, 2 have expertise in data analytics and a Southeast Asian market and ASEAN region. We have also industry advisors right now on data privacy, data security, clinical psychology, licensed guidance counselor, and academe. So right now, we're seeking help to actually get more funding to build the project and launch it this year.
So we hope that through Aruga, not only will we solve the inconvenience of finding for help, but also help those underprivileged people who cannot finance their finances for mental health conditions. Thank you, and we are Aruga.
Providing convenient healthcare access
for your emotional and mental well-being. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have 2 minutes from questions from the judges.
Yeah, so do you mind, can I ask you, actually 2, and please respond quickly so someone else can ask. But the first is, how much do you need to scale? Like, how much do you think you need to be able to begin to scale? And the second one is security for the people who would be coming on the platform.
For one, in terms of scale, we're targeting the advertising industry because that's where Dom is. So he has a background and connections for that. So we're targeting at least one company just to test it out because we're still in our testing phase right now. That's why.
Right now, for the scale, for our last competition, we're looking at 20 million for the next 5 years to become the first behavioral healthcare platform in Asia. Our closest competitor is based in the US. When I tried it, I was assigned to a healthcare provider from Hawaii. And we only need 250,000 for the first year, and that's spread out for the next 5 years.
You mentioned earlier, when it comes to leave no one behind, that a portion will go towards those that cannot afford the service. Do you mind substantiating that? Is it like 5%, 10%? And then what if someone who can't afford the service goes to the site? What will you do with that patient?
Right now, for the person who if you take the PHQ-9, if you say that you have suicidal ideation, it will automatically redirect you to the Hope Hotline. So we will connect them to partners who can address those with life-threatening situation.
And in relation to the how much portion of the transaction fee actually goes to
Alternative classroom for the 3.5 million out-of-school youth and children. Please come on up.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Krisha and I'm the founder of Tuto Club. So before I tell you our initiative, which is called Offline School, first we'll have a game. So based on these pictures, I'm going to ask you to pick one role you can choose from with regards to the youth characters we have in front. So the first, we have JB. You are JB. So you live with your family on the streets sa bangketa ng Manila, and your father picks up garbage for a living. 8 other siblings depend on him also. So that stopped you from going to school because your father can't afford to send you to one. What happens to you? So you end up manning for the whole day your mini store of cigarettes and candies. So how about you become Amaha? You live in a war-torn town in Mindanao, and you've been staying in an evacuation center for 2 months. You want to go back to school. Oh, you forgot, wala ka na palang school. Bombed down na pala siya, gunned down. And that saddens you up. Or you can be Jane. You have to wake up at 2 a.m. in the morning, and you have to walk through a very, very long path going to the river. You have to swim with your friends, and you have to be class by 7 a.m. And your classmates keep laughing at you because you always sleep during class time. If they only know what you have to bear so that you can reach that class every day. Or you can be Fe. At 13, you have a daughter, a sick daughter. Your boyfriend left you, and you don't know what to do with your daughter. You want to bring her up and provide a good future for her, but you can't. You didn't finish school. You're hopeless. What would you do? So these are just stories out of the 3.8 million out-of-school children and youth in the Philippines. So the common reasons why they don't attend school anymore is that some of them, they got into marriage very early, or they have problems with their families. Some, they can't afford going to school or spend for everyday expenses. Some, nabore lang talaga sa school. Hindi na nila gusto yon. They na nila bet. They don't have personal interest in it anymore. But once these kids, these young people, once they are out of school, they have limited access to education. And usually, they end up not being able to compete with their educated counterparts if they apply for jobs when they grow up. So this is our offer, Tuto Club Offline School. So the dynamics is simple. Just like the rest of us here, we learn through YouTube and all the video platforms that we have online. So what we are advocating is video learning. How about the quality? Who would teach them? How about the best 1% of the country, just like what Finland did, the best for the least? And what equipments do we need for this? 3 things, not technically things. So we have a wall, white wall, a projector, and a laptop computer. Here's the process. We would provide the videos. We would partner with the best hacker educators. We would tap a local community to provide us volunteers to execute the actual class, and we will partner with Globe Lab to use their APIs so that we can check and monitor the progress of the students. What do we want out of this? Actually, honestly, for myself, I want them to reach for their dreams later on in life, but we can only invest in them now. Hindi po talaga natin alam kung ano mangyayari sa mga batang ito. But honestly speaking, we want them to be the best world-class Filipinos they can be. Just like the people here in front. I will end up with this. I used to be a teacher, and this is what I've realized. Sometimes children don't really seek for material things. What they need is somebody who can say to them, I believe in you and what you can do. Yes, one day all your hopes and dreams will come true. Thank you.
please stay on stage for some questions from the judges.
What grade level are you targeting?
Actually, we haven't tested this out. It's just an idea that I pitched just to see if something is
So no
in here.
specific grade level.
Yeah, but I've dealt with kids for almost all my life, so it would be, for sure, it's gonna be multi-level.
Okay, do you have a program convincing the parents to be able to join this program? Because before the kids, you have to convince the parents to be part of it.
Actually, for the out-of-school youth, technically, they have limited choice. So I would like to convince better is the local government. The local government or those organizations who are also tackling the same issues but would want a newer approach to things.
Can I thank you for a fantastic presentation for a fantastic hack, and so was the one that we heard about previously also. But I'm just curious. I mean, you're a teacher yourself, so when you've had this idea and when you've thought about it, what do you think is going to be the most difficult barrier or the difficult challenge to overcome to get traction for this idea?
Actually, for me, honestly, it's if you're dealing with kids, the barrier would be the parents. Honestly, based on my experience dealing with kids and offering them solutions for actual learning or play-based learning, because sometimes the kids are interested to do something new, but the parents, they're not really that confident that maybe it's too unsafe or maybe it's something too new na hindi pa nila na-experience. So it's more of the safety, I guess, pero technically the parents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Loco. Next up is Loco. They want to bridge the knowledge gap between a complicated legal system and the Filipino public through a Facebook chatbot. And the team members are Alex Austria and Keisha Mayuga.
Check.
10 days before Christmas, Alberto Magdato received summons for an ejectment complaint filed against him by his lessor. Christmas Day came, and Alberto Magdato was not able to respond to the summons served upon him. Alberto was an illiterate farmer afflicted with tuberculosis at that time. Alberto didn't know that he only had 10 days to respond to these summons. In the end, Alberto Magdato's house was demolished. What would you have done if you were Alberto? Would you have known which court to respond to? Did you know the 10-day period in filing an answer for summons? These are only some of the questions that many Filipinos face today. Thousands, if not millions of us, don't know basic legal processes. Some examples are, where do you file a complaint if you want to go after a debt amounting to more than 100,000 pesos? If you are arrested, what are your rights? If a crime just happened, which government agency do you go to report it? I am Alexandra Austria, a fourth-year student from the UP College of Law. With me today is Keisha Mayuga, a first-year student from the UP School of Urban and Regional Planning. We are both graduates from the UP College of Mass Communication, and together, we are the co-founders of Loco.
So what is Loco? Loco is a Facebook-based chatbot that aims to bridge legal processes to the ordinary Filipino. As you can see, we already have a working prototype. You can't access it just quite yet, but it can give you options that you can choose from, or you can type questions directly at it, and it will answer to your specific question. Okay, so how does that work? First, you have to like Loco on Facebook and chat with the page. Then you can ask the Loco bot any question, and it will answer you instantly. Not even like 1 second. You're not gonna be scene zoned, don't worry. And you can keep asking questions until you get the relevant information that you need. But how are we doing that? Well, we actually use ChatFuel, which is a third-party website that allows us to make chatbots on Facebook Messenger. So all we have to do is encode all of the legal processes and all of that data into ChatFuel, but we can't do that with just a team of 2. That's why we need partners.
Who are our target partners? We aim to target law institutions such as law schools, law firms, and paralegal volunteer organizations to help us encode this data and build the knowledge base to respond to questions on the legal processes. We also aim to tap government institutions like the DILG, the Department of Labor and Employment, and the Department of Justice, so that we know more about their legal processes and requirements. Lastly, we want to partner with businesses who can provide us with the technology to develop this and distribute this to our local institutions, such as barangays, municipalities, or cities. But how do we keep Loco sustainable?
As I mentioned earlier, we use a third-party website called ChatFuel, and all we have to do is input all of that data, and you're good to go. So you can use it anytime, you can use it anywhere. As long as you have Facebook and Facebook Messenger, you can ask it any question. But we want to reach more than just the 33 million Filipino Facebook users. We want to expand to other Filipinos who don't have smartphones or internet connections. That's why we want to, once in the future, when we develop this, we want to make it available through SMS using an SMS API.
Also, we want to not just focus on legal processes in the future. We want to involve government processes, like how do you file a permit for a business in the Bureau of Internal Revenue? How do you apply for a driver's license in the LTO, and when will you get it? So these are some of the goals we want for Loco. Government processes don't have to be this difficult to comprehend. Legal processes shouldn't be this hard to understand. Through these dark times in the Philippines, Loco aims to shed light on the ordinary citizen in accessing legal processes, just like Alberto Magdato. Thank you.
We now have 2 minutes for questions.
What's your business model? How will you make money? How will you continue to replenish?
Actually, we're a not-for-profit kind of, that's our business model. We're not for profit. But what we still need is investors so we can help put it to barangays that don't have devices, so that people don't have to keep asking questions at the people at the barangay halls or the tanos, because you can just go straight to the app, straight to the phone, straight to Facebook Messenger.
At most, we can just get revenue from Facebook ads or advertisements on our page, but profit isn't really what we're after. It's just to really create an automatic bot or a knowledge base so that people can access this. And ChatFuel, we can get payments from it, or we can input payments in it, but we just need the bare minimum to exist, basically.
We just want to make it more accessible to as many people as we can reach, so that everyone can understand the law processes. Thank you.
I think Maria's question was about your sustainability. I saw here that you're looking at a potential investment of 1.3 million. But where do you think you can source that when you don't plan to make money and it will be a nonprofit? So this will be a donation?
Yes, actually, what it is through, it's not through cash. It's actually through the devices. We computed how many municipalities and cities there are in the Philippines, and we allotted devices that we can put in the city hall or municipal hall.
Yes. Those are for analog cell phones. So if you don't even have internet access to the internet, we just want the bare minimum for any kind company who's willing to donate to us, so we can implement Loco in the long run.
Sorry, just to follow up on that is that it's sustainability, right? So
Yes.
say you get the 1M and then how do you sustain it after that? Is it?
Well, our plan is to actually partner with the government offices, so that we can check up on them. We can ask them, is this working for you? And if it's not working for them, we can ask them and get input from them. And we can change and develop from what the users actually need.
We don't just want to partner with private businesses, but we want the Philippine system to invest in us as a whole so that the said system can be understood and accessed by everyone else.
Any other questions? All right.
Thank
you
you.
so much.
Thank you.
All right, and last but not the least, Phoenix Textile Recycling aims to be a pioneer textile recycling center in the country that will collect fabric scraps and upcycle them into newer, highly valued products such as footwear and accessories. The team members are Pamela Mejia, Leia Sassing, Regine Marie Salvador, and Adi Torres.
Good afternoon. My name is Pamela. I'm a clothing technology graduate from the University of the Philippines and the Social Entrepreneurship Program of Arizona State University. I've been a fashion entrepreneur since I was 17. And what bothers me most as a member of the fashion industry is textile waste. The fast fashion industry is the second dirtiest industry in the world. Yet also textile waste, we can find it in our homes. We don't know what to do with our old clothes, where to donate them, and we don't have textile recycling centers. So one day, as I was cleaning my closet, I thought, why don't I turn my old brown dress into sandals, or my black leather skirt, or maybe also my velvet dress. I can turn it into ballet flats, like what I'm wearing today. And when the boys found out about this, they wanted one too, so we made them sneakers. So this is where Phoenix comes in. We collect textile waste, such as old clothes from households, fabric scraps from factories, and transform them into higher valued products, such as footwear. We offer our customers trendy, comfortable, and durable footwear that comes in limited pieces. As our tagline goes, wear rare footwear. We offer our footwear to customers, male and female, ages 21 to 30 or more, the millennials, the travelers, the young professionals who are fashion forward, eco-conscious, and supports local fashion brands. As a fashion social enterprise, Phoenix aims for the triple bottom line: for the planet, for the people, and for profit. Phoenix is for the planet, as it is our main mission to do textile recycling, upcycling, and product life extension. 2, we are for the people. A, for our shoe production, we are currently partnering with different Marikina shoe artisans who have been losing their jobs and businesses due to competition with China. B, we are partnering with local artists and designers in creating our collections to promote local art. C, we would like to give jobs and employ unemployed women and out-of-school youth girls in our textile recycling centers. And D, we would like to educate the public on textile recycling. And finally, Phoenix is for profit, as we believe that being financially sustainable will help us achieve our goals. At present, we have already collected more than 300 kilos of old clothes and fabric scraps from donations of households and different factories. We are also currently developing a new prototype wherein our sole is also made from upcycled tires. So not only are we recycling clothes, we are also recycling tires. And for the past year, we have been awarded as champions in different international business competitions in Vietnam, Bangkok, Malaysia, Japan, and in the US. We even got to present our business at the US State Department in Washington, D.C. However, all we got are trophies. Yes, we did get international fans and international potential buying customers. But what we really need now is funding, and more so the support of our fellow Filipino people. Because really, are you going to buy a branded footwear made in China or something that is trendy, comfortable, durable, made from upcycled fabrics and tires made by your Filipino shoe artisans? You have to support the local fashion brands. Let us not let our shoe industry die. As the tagline goes, as the legend goes, when the phoenix resurrects from the flames, she is even more beautiful than before. And that's what Phoenix celebrates: revival, renewal, and rebirth. So if you believe in Phoenix, don't let it go to waste. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have 2 minutes for questions.
Hello. Hi. You have a very solid operational process. I just want to know, how do you plan to market, and what's your pricing structure for your
The
products?
pricing, okay.
Yes.
So first of all, our target market is very active on social media. So we would really like to focus on our social media presence. Our target market usually buys from Instagram and Facebook and websites. So we're currently focusing on building our social media presence so that we can sell through our online platforms. In terms of pricing, we did a focus group discussion of 50 people of our target market, and the comfortable price they are in was 1,799 to 2,499. So that's how we did our pricing through our focus group discussion.
Are you wearing a Phoenix original?
Yes, so this is from my red velvet dress, the ballet flats. And on your table are sneakers made from velvet dresses as well.
Last question is, in terms, if you were to get the funding, what do you believe will be the bottleneck? What do you need to conquer in order to be able to scale?
So let's say we do get the funding. The first thing that we will do is to actually do the production that we want to do for the holiday collection, so that finally our shoemakers and artisans will finally do something. I think the problem that I foresee is if the Philippine market will really accept it. So that's the one thing that we really want to overcome, the support of the Filipino people, because the international people are ready. So we want the Filipino people to buy us and patron us as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wow.
Great.
How about our finalists? That's a really strong group.
Parang it makes you think, what do you do on
Oh,
weekends?
nga eh. I don't envy our judges. That's a really, really strong group. I
You
think
know,
we'll give them some time to.
Yeah, they'll take, I think, a couple.
A
I mean,
couple
a
of
while
minutes,
to
yeah.
do this. So in between that, we do have a speech. But you know what is interesting about those ideas? There was a study last year that said that heavy Facebook and social media use actually leads to depression. So, you know, Aruga Health obviously is, I mean, it's a great idea. For journalists like us, sometimes it's hard to understand legal terms. So Loco is useful. Phoenix Textile, amazing ideas. I mean, I wanted your shoes.
Right. You gotta
And then,
look
of
good.
course, Tuto Club, right?
Yeah.
Education is key for the future, for the children. So amazing ideas, amazing.
And all fresh. And I'm really excited to see all of these implemented in the real world. But of course, here, we shall be picking one. That's how it works. But you're all winners already just by giving that presentation. So, while we're waiting for the results of the tabulation, let's call on another speaker who is the Public Affairs and Corporate Citizenship Director of City Foundation in the Philippines, talking about youth economic prospects and expectations as pathways to progress. She has long years of experience in communications, working as City Philippines Public Relations and Communications Head for 9 years prior to her post. Please welcome Annette Lim.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Those are really, really great pitches. And I'm glad that they actually serve as the introduction to this survey that we want to share with you. I'm very honored to speak about Pathways to Progress. This is a global campaign by City Foundation in support of the youth. Now, young people today, thank you, I'm not as tall as Ola. Young people today make up the largest youth population in history. You actually number 1.2 billion, representing 16% of the world's population. And when we say youth here, we actually define those between the ages of 16 to 24 years old. They have the opportunity to shape the next 5 decades, or I should say that you have that opportunity. But you also face unprecedented challenges. You need help to overcome these barriers to realize your full potential. For one, your generation faces an unemployment challenge. In all corners of the globe, from developing countries to developed countries, we see persistent youth unemployment, and the number is 13% or higher. What's worse is that the number of employed young people, 156 million, who live in extreme poverty, despite having a job, often can be found in developing countries like the Philippines. If we don't fix this, the consequences will be felt across our cities. That's because we believe the future of our cities around the world are tied to your economic success. When the young people are not successful, their families don't experience success, and their communities suffer as well. And that's why the City Foundation commissioned a survey with Ipsos. Ipsos is a global market research and consulting firm with worldwide headquarters in France. What we did is we asked Ipsos to build on existing research and further study the economic prospects and pursuits of the young people. We wanted to learn about what careers do you want to pursue, the availability of resources that help connect you to employment opportunities, and obstacles that stand in your way. The survey was conducted online between November 2016 and January 2017. We talked to young people ages 18 to 24 in 45 cities across 32 countries around the world. Approximately 150 interviews were conducted in every city, and we went to Asia Pacific, Latin America, Europe, Middle East and Africa, and also in North America. The results in this paper are based on the voices of more than 7,000 young people surveyed. So what did we learn? One is that the young people from large global cities are very optimistic about their future career opportunities, even those in the developing countries. This optimism is grounded in the belief that compared to their parents, they are much better off. They believe that they can get education better today, achieve professional goals, and have the opportunities for professional success. And this optimism holds true despite the changing global political and economic landscapes. You have to understand that when we did the survey, we were undergoing intensifying global refugee crisis. We had the Brexit vote in the United Kingdom, and then we had the US presidential elections. Interestingly, we actually see a higher level of optimism in developing countries. 79% of young people in these markets believe they will find opportunities to succeed in their preferred career. And this is compared to 64% in developed markets. So the question that we are left is, what do we now do with optimism so that we can best prepare you for economic success? Let's look at the employed youth. For many, there is a mismatch that exists between the jobs they have and their aspirations. Across all regions of the world, the top 3 professions that young people aspire to work in are: number 1, technology and science; 2, arts and entertainment; and 3, professional services. But you will note that 1 in 5, or 20% of them, really desire to work in technology and science, outstripping any other field. And yet, if you ask them, where are you working now? 17% are working in sales and retail. Today's youth believe there's a wide range of factors that would help them find a job. And the most cited needs are on-the-job experience at 48%. This is followed by more professional connections. Who you know really counts, and they say that for 41%. And more social connections also help at 35%. These are consistent whether you look at developed and developing markets. Globally, 67% of young people believe that college is necessary to be successful. What's unfortunate is that an even higher number, that 69%, believe higher education is beyond their financial means. This inequality is especially acute in cities in developing countries, like Sao Paulo, New Delhi, Mumbai, and even here in Manila. So now let's consider the experience gap. 8 in 10 believe that internships or apprenticeships are critical to career success. And this sentiment varies across regions. You see a high of 81% in Latin America to a low of 75% in both North America and Europe. However, the majority feel that these opportunities do not exist in their city. Perceived access to apprenticeships is not equally distributed, again, with cities in developing countries at a disadvantage. And I'm sorry to say, again, that includes Manila. So whether you go to Mumbai, Nairobi, Jakarta, Lima, Panama City, and Delhi, if you ask the youth, they'll say, I wish I could be apprenticed, but there's just no opportunity for me. So there is a mismatch between the demand for the opportunities and the supply. Now, this particular answer gave me hope. The entrepreneurial spirit is strong in all of the surveyed cities. 69% of young people dream of starting their own business. And additionally, 70% say that owning their own business is a better path to success than working for someone else. 76% said they're willing to work long hours, and they think it's worth taking risks to achieve their dreams. But then again, I'm sorry, in every survey there's a big but. Only 44% are actually trying to start their business. And we need to help this 44%. What's even worse is that very few at present are actually entrepreneurs. The number is a very low 6%. Lack of education and skills are seen to be key barriers in achieving their dream. So those are the highlights of the survey. And what I wanted to do is to quickly take you through the results for Manila. How did we do? Okay. So when we asked them, when thinking about the economy in your city, do you agree or disagree with this statement? I have many opportunities to succeed in my preferred career. In the developed cities, Los Angeles ranked first with 74%. Among developing cities, you had Jakarta with 93%. For Manila, we weren't very far behind. We actually ranked third with 91%. Now, when it came to the ability to get an education, most young people surveyed believe that they're better off than their parents were at that age in terms of access. You can see here their optimism. In Hong Kong, it's 91%. Nairobi is 97%. Manila's not too far behind, placing sixth with 94%. When it comes to the ability to achieve your professional goals, again, young people in cities in developing countries are actually showing the way. Mumbai is registering at 94%, Manila ranked third with 93%, and you have Cleveland at 84%. They're most likely to feel that the opportunities for professional success are better than their parents. Now here, when it comes to the entrepreneurial gap, do you know who are the biggest employers in this country? It's not the company I represent. So it's not the Citibank, it's also not the Rappler, sorry. It's actually the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Altogether, they provide more employment opportunities for Filipinos than any of the top companies in the country. So if you want to contribute to that success, you should take this path, because you will enable not only yours or your families, but also your communities. So you may be thinking, was Manila #1 in anything? Well, yes. And I think real estate companies would like to hear this. When it comes to the ability to afford a home, we were the most optimistic. We ranked first at 89%, and Istanbul was 67% among developed cities. If you want to know more about the survey, I'd like to invite you to visit cityfoundation.com, because now that we have the top line results, we actually want to do more. We don't want this data to just sit there and not turn into information that will be useful. What we're actually left with when you look at pathways to progress is a portrait of incredible optimism and potential among the young people. And we can see also that there are a lot of gaps for them to realize their potential. What's actually very sad is when you look at the trends today, real incomes and economic security are decreasing or stalling throughout most cities. Your generation is experiencing far less economic growth than any prior generation. That's a challenge and a barrier that you need to actually overcome. So what do we do now? Well, this is what City in its small way is doing. We see the pressing need, and actually in February of this year, we announced an expanded 3-year commitment to invest 100 million across the globe so that we can offer 500,000 young people with better employability skills. We're helping with entrepreneurship training, with mentorship, leadership development, and most critical is actually opening the opportunity for the young to get their first job. That really spells economic success and tests them on the right path. What we're doing is we're testing, we're scaling, and we're replicating proven solutions. And we're also taking our learnings from the United States and applying it globally where appropriate. We face a rapidly changing and complex economic and social environment. And we're taking the results of this survey to help guide us in our approach as we invest in our future leaders. That's you, and we hope that you will also take the same insights and use it to guide your future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, guys, so we found out that the finalists, the winners, won't be announced until the end of today's program. So we'll keep going with our next speech.
Yes, our next speaker is the Commissioner and Chairman of the National Privacy Commission to talk about technology and personal privacy. He is a seasoned ICT convergence and communications and public administration professional, and he also served as the former Assistant Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology for Climate Change Adaptation and Disaster Risk Reduction. Marami kaming pinagdaanan ito. Tawagin po natin ang ating susunod na tagapagsalita, si Ginoong Mon Liboro. Palakpakan po natin.
Hindi ako tinanong noong Miss Universe. Pero sa totoo lang, the most significant change I've seen in the world in the past 10 years is the rise of information as the primary mover of policy and economies. Sa mga industriya, tahanan, at mga pamahalaan sa buong mundo, naka-internet at automated na ang mga pang-araw-araw na bagay at gawain, kahit ang paghahanap ng pag-ibig. Ang privacy ngayon, hindi na tungkol sa lugar at kung sino ang iyong kasama. Tungkol ito sa personal information na nais at hindi nais ibahagi sa iba. Kahit ba sa tingin mo, wala ka naman dapat ikahiya o itago. Ang cellphone number mo ba? Kung kani-kanino mo lang ibibigay? I-address, social security number, passport information, pangalan ng mga magulang at paaralan ng mga anak. Ako si Raymond Enriquez Liboro, Chairman ng National Privacy Commission. Trabaho naming siguraduhin ang dapat pribado na nanatiling pribado. Ginagawa namin ito sa pamamagitan ng pagpapaalala sa mga kumpanya at mga ahensya ng pamahalaan na nagpoproseso ng personal na information mo na gawin ang lahat ng nararapat ayon sa batas upang maprotektahan ang mga personal na datos na dapat sa iyo. Pero kalahati lang yan ang laban. Kailangan namin ang tulong mo. Mahalin ang sarili. Pangalagaan ang iyong right to privacy.
Mahalin po natin ang ating sarili. Mahal niyo ba mga sarili niyo? Yes, alright. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Nung nalaman kong 20 minutes lang ibibigay sa akin, okay na okay lang ko yun. Kailangan kong ipakita ito. Kasi natapos na yung trabaho ko by showing that AVP. Pero hindi, palalamanan ko pa for everybody else. Good afternoon. Thank you, Rappler, for inviting me. Salamat sa inyong lahat for staying put for this talk. Sabi ko, ano kaya mag-i-inspire sa inyo to stay? Dahil oras de peligro na, late afternoon na. So this afternoon, ito lang bibigay ko sa inyo. The importance of privacy, how to protect yourself online. Okay ba yan? And pangatlo, the best definition of success. Ang layo, no? Pero pag narinig nyo po ito, iuwi nyo sa bahay nyo mamaya at sabihin nyo sa mga magulang nyo, ito pala ang kahulugan ng success. Pero ididikit-dikit po natin lahat yan. Pero una muna nakita yung AVP. Balik ta naman, ang bilis unang panahon. 1995, dumating ang Pope sa atin. Yan ang sumalubong sa kanya, hindi ba? Siguro kayo, kung may pinanganak, 1990s pa lang, mga 1995, mga naka-shorts pa lang kayo. 10 years later, ang sumalubong sa kanya, iba na. Mga telepono na, cellphone, Ayan, nasa malubong K-pop. Ibang-iba na. Nakataas pa rin ang kamay, pero ang hawak ay telepono. Tama po. Technology. Telepono. Alam nyo ba, yung mga telepono nyo is 5,000 times more powerful than the computer that sent man to the moon. Imagine, binabali-balibag nyo lang. So yan po ang teknolohiya. Ang bilis talaga ng takbo ng panahon. Tignan ho natin ito. Ito maganda to. 2007, these are the top companies in the world. Andiyan pang ExxonMobil, PetroChina, General Electric. Pero 10 years after, nag-iba na. It's now Apple, Google, Microsoft, Facebook. Puro ho mga datos na ang kanilang puhunan. Yan na ho nag-iba ang ating mundo sa loob lamang ng 10 taon. And probably this year, ang papasok ho dyan ay ito na. Companies, sabi nga natin like Uber, Facebook, and Alibaba, and Airbnb, the world's largest taxi company that owns no vehicle. Uber, the world's most popular media owner that creates no content. Rappler, no, Facebook. Rappler, you create your content too, no? But the world's most valuable retailer that has no inventory, it's Alibaba. Wala hong bodega yan. The world's largest accommodation provider and owns no real estate. Probably paborito ni Beth Frondoso na site, Airbnb. Ni wala ho niyang sariling kwarto. Ano meron sila? Data. Data is the new oil. Technology, yun ho ang meron yan. Technology connects people. For example, like Uber. People with vehicles to people who want vehicles. Facebook. People with content, you connect with people who want content. Alibaba. People with goods and services, you connect with people who want your goods and services. In Airbnb, people with a place, and people looking for people who want a place. What lies in between them is technology and the fuel. Well, something that fuels it, it's data. It's your personal data that yun na po nagpapainog sa mundo natin ngayon. So that's technology for you. Dadagdagan ko pa. Even government, yung mga taong gusto ng serbisyo, government na kailangan magbigay ng serbisyo sa pagitan ng technology. Sa lahat po, sabi nga pati sa pag-ibig, hindi mo na kailangan humingi ngayon, maghanap ngayon ng middleman para sa'yo. Pwede ka nang dumiretso. Yun po ang nawala because of technology. We took away the middleman in everything that we do. Tinanggal po natin yan. Wala nang middleman. Di ho ba? Diretso na ho tayo because of your phone and because of technology. Because nagmura na ang storage, meron ng cloud, pwede na ho mag-offer ng napakaraming services online. Pero ano ho sa gitna niyan? Your personal data. We have taken away the middleman. For example, like mail. Wala na hong kartero, tinanggal na natin yung middleman. It's now email. No? I'll give you an example. Dahil dito sa sitwasyon ho natin na ganito, pag ho napasama o napariwara o napunta sa masama ang inyong data, maaring magkaroon ng problema. And it happens, hindi lang po sa atin, kundi ho dun sa nagpo-process ng data ninyo. Alright? Take for example, Yahoo. I think I skipped a slide here. Yes, from Industrial Revolution to Information Revolution, this has happened because of technology. And now this particular technology is available to everybody. Probably the cell phone that you have in your pocket is the same cell phone that Mark Zuckerberg has. Probably the same laptop. If you're using an Apple Mac, probably the same technology that Bill Gates is using right now. Available sa ating lahat. Everybody now becomes a data controller. That is what happened. Ito po ang nangyari nung shift natin from Industrial Revolution to the Information Revolution. So what happens when something bad when something bad happens? In the case of Yahoo, pinalitan natin ang middleman, wala nang kartero, pero what happened? When they were hacked in 2016, they were sold with just a fraction of the original price. They were actually being offered to be bought in 2008 for $40 billion. But in 2016, they were forced to sell for only $4.6 billion, a mere 10% of their original price. What happened? What happened? They got hacked. They got breached. Yung ating hong kartero, nawala niya ang control sa sarili niyang data. There goes our email addresses, right? Another example. Have you heard about this site? Ashley Madison. Sabi ko na nga, tinanggal natin ang middleman. Dati pag gusto ko mangaliwa, hahanap muna ako ng barkada ko. Pare, baka meron tayo dyan. Ano? Ngayon hindi na. Punta ka lang sa isang site. Ayan po, yung site nila. Life is short. Have an affair. And you know what? 38 million people became members dito sa Ashley Madison. 38 million. And then what happened to Ashley Madison? They got hacked. You know what? 4 suicides were actually attributed to this. And you know what? Masakit ho dito. Naniningil itong site na to ng $19 kung gusto mong mabura yung records mo sa kanila. Ayaw mo na. Balik na ako sa misis ko, kaya balik na ako sa mister ko. You have to pay $19 para burahin. You know what? Hindi nila binubura. So nung nahack sila, nakuha pati yon. This is unprecedented, and I'm mentioning this because internationally this is unprecedented. Because 3 jurisdictions or 3 countries collaborated to bring to bring justice to the people that were affected. This is Australia, Canada, and the United States. And just last year, they meted out they came up with a landmark decision fining Ashley Madison a record $33 million. At hindi ko kinaya ng website, they had to pay na lang 1.66 and they close shop. But imagine, no? Yung pinagtiwalaan ng SWS, we came out with a survey. And it says, last June po yung survey namin, 85% of those who responded to the survey believe that their rights as data subjects are important, and I will deal with that later. 94% want to understand and want to know kung saan po ginagamit ng mga nagpoproseso ng kanilang data, mga telco, ng mga bangko, eskwelahan, ospital. Interesado sila at concerned silang malaman, 94%, kung saan ito ginagamit. So mahalaga sa mga Pilipino, mahalaga sa inyong lahat ang privacy. Tama ba ako? Ito pong definition na ito, this came from the United States. Turn of the century. Bakit mahalaga? The right to be left alone. It was actually penned by Supreme Court Justice Brandeis and Samuel Warren, Louis Brandeis and Samuel Warren. Pinanggalingan po ng unang konsepto ng privacy is actually technology. During the turn of the century, naging ubiquitous ang Kodak camera can be accessed by others. And to control the extent, manner, and timing of the use of those parts we choose to disclose. In this text, very, very clear, and very, very important yung some keywords. Your choice. Hindi ho ba? So hindi pa pwede po na somebody mag-intrude na lamang sa'yo nang walang pahintulot. I think that's the very essence of privacy. So sa ating pong bansa, simula ho na na-enact ang 1987 Constitution, we have to enact other laws. All right? To bring out flesh, to give flesh to the Constitution, and also to adapt to technology. If you will look at some technology I would mention or I would consider as technology related, in 1992 we came up with RA 7610 for Special Protection of Children Against Abuse, Access Devices Regulation Act, Electronic Commerce Act, Anti-Trafficking Act, Anti-Violence Against Women and Children, Anti-Child Pornography Act, and Anti-Photo and Video Voyeurism. So, yung pong ating mga mambabatas, we have to keep with the signs and changes in the times, especially with technology. Unfortunately, worldwide, hindi ho nakakasabay ang legal response to the way technology is developing. Kaya habol ho tayo. In 2012, the Data Privacy Act was enacted, together with the Cybercrime Prevention Law, and recently last year, the creation of the DICT, which created the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center. So nakumpleto po itong mga batas that will protect you and your rights in today's digital world. So the DPA is actually a 21st century law that protects your 21st century rights. Yun po ang Data Protection Act of 2012. So, yun na ho tayo. Ano ba ibig sabihin ng DPA? Anong kahulugan nito sa inyo? Binabalik ng Data Protection Act, ng Data Privacy Act, ang karapatan ninyo sa inyong mga impormasyon, ang control ng inyong impormasyon back to you. It gives it back to you. Because, again, with technology, what happened to us, yan na ho tayo, binubuo na tayo ng mga data inputs at fields, like your age, marital status. That is, we have been reduced to this. We lead two lives, we have a physical life, and also a digital life. No? So pinoprotektahan niyo po kayo at binibigyan niya ng obligasyon ang mga lahat nagpoproseso ng impormasyon. Meron tayong hackathon dito, lahat tayo excited to come up with services. But again, be reminded, you are, with that power, you also have that responsibility to protect your data subjects or your members. So this is what the Data Privacy Act is all about. It makes it mandatory for all the data collectors, whether in the public sector or the private, to protect the security, integrity, and confidentiality of information. And this is what we always do. We have to balance this. Our scope is to protect and uphold the right to privacy, but at the same time, we also have to maintain or ensure free flow of information, because free flow of information, yan po ang gumagawa ng bagong serbisyo, nagpupush ng innovation tulad ng mga bata dun sa hackathon po, sa hackathon natin. Kailangan po nila yan to create new services. So we have to balance it. Free flow means also research, national security and public safety, the right to information practiced by the media and journalists vis-a-vis information privacy. Also, we have to balance this. Beneficial use and potential use that may cause a privacy violation. Yun ho yung tinitimbang natin dito. Yun ho ang ginagawa at kailangan timbangin ng National Privacy Commission. So, ito ho mga karapatan ninyo. Mabilis na naman po ito. Take 1 minute. You have a right to object. Right to be informed about how your information is being processed. Right to access. Kailangan ho kung meron, dahil impormasyon niyo siya, dapat ho meron kayong paraan upang ma-access itong mga bagay nito. Right to block or remove kung mali ang information about you. Right to correct and rectify. Again, kung yung handling na information ho ay mali. Right to data portability, meaning kailangan nyo kung meron ho kayong halimbawang data sa isang kumpanya, pwede mong ilipat sa kabila at hindi ka dapat mapigilan, no? Na gawin ito. That's the right to portability. Right to be indemnified, right to file a complaint. Yes, if you have a valid complaint, you can be indemnified kung meron po kami nakitang cause. So, again, nagbago po. We have 8 rights now. It's all enumerated in the law. And sometimes, of course, see it happens. Puntahan nyo kami sa website namin at complaints@privacy.gov.ph. Alright? See it happens. Visit our website. Ito, mabilis na lang po ito. 3 things you can do there. You can know more about privacy, you can complain, and you can comply. Wala na kayo ibang pwedeng gawin doon. 3 lang. Alright? Nasa privacy.gov.ph. Of course, we have this ongoing campaign. Mahalin po natin ang mga sarili natin. Ang personal info mo, parang pagmamahal lang yan. Dapat sa tamang tao na pupunta. We have a way, 30 ways to love yourself online. Create strong password. Pumili ng password na talagang ipaglalaban ka laban sa mga hacker. Alam nyo ba #1 password dito sa Pilipinas? Ha? Password. My God, admin, mga ganon. Create strong password. #2, tips lang naman to. Lock your device. Di ba kapag mahal mo, alagaan mo? Yeah. Lock your device, ha? Oo. Pangatlo, make sure there is yan nga, security seal, HTTPS in the browser address bar. Sa umaga at sa gabi, sa bawat minutong lumilipas, ito ang dapat mong hinahanap-hanap. HTTPS, okay? Do not log in on personal accounts on free or public Wi-Fi. Hindi lahat ng libre at willing magpagamit ay dapat gamitin. Uy, feel na feel niyo yung mga hugot, Ito pa, install an antivirus and update it. Hindi porket nakuha mo na, iiwan mo na lang sa ere. Naku, update niyo yung mga antivirus niyo. Clean up your Facebook groups. Alam namin mahirap maghanap ng the one, pero wala siya sa Facebook group mo, okay? Tanggalin nyo na yon. Set up your Facebook privacy settings. Protektahan mo naman ang puso mo paminsan-minsan. And ito, don't be too public. Sa panahon ngayon, mahirap nang ibigay ang lahat-lahat. Alright, so yun lamang po. 30 ways to love yourself online. Go to our website, www www.privacy.gov.ph. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, sir. Grabe tong
Thank you.
audience maka-react, paghugot. Tapos
Ano ba to?
kanina
Privacy
pa,
ba to o love life? Si Sir Mon, no?
kanina, ang narinig kong comment was yung, nung pinag-uusapan na yung Ashley Madison, meron ako narinig, may ganun pala. Aba, parang may balak. Okay,
Kakasabi
so...
lang na nahak, eh, no? Interesado pa rin. Thank you, Sir Mon. Okay, but actually, Sir Mon will be joining us again because the next part is another panel discussion, this time on technology, democracy, and citizen engagement to be moderated by yours truly. And we will be speaking about how citizens, particularly marginalized groups, can use technology to hold leaders at national and local levels accountable for key developmental outcomes.
Yes, and we have 4 panelists. The first is ASEC Chris Ablan. He works for the Philippine Communications Operations Office. He leads the Freedom of Information FOI Project Management Group. And prior to his post at the PCOO, he served the Commission on Elections and the Public-Private Partnership of the Philippines.
We also have our speaker earlier, Sir Mon Liboro, again, Commissioner and Chairman of from the National Privacy Commission. And next is Jane Uymatiao, the co-founder of BlogWatch, a group of independent-minded bloggers whose aim is to engage government, the private sector, and citizens on various socio-economic and political issues.
Kaya mo yan, Atom. Okay. And last but not the least, Vince Lazetin, Executive Director of Transparency and Accountability Network. He's also one of the conveners of Media Nation, an annual gathering of journalists to exchange views and air pressing concerns. So,
All right.
ready,
Thank
Atom?
Thank you, Natasha. I'll take over at this point. All right, so a big hand to all of our panelists. Meron akong trivia sa inyo. Alam nyo ba na si ASEC Chris, we ran against each other as chairperson in UP and he beat me. But I have the microphone now, Chris. All right, but of course, this
I
is
was ready to be an answer to that trivia question my whole life, Atom, until something happened this year.
What happened
and
this year?
now I can be an answer to another trivia question.
Which is?
Name one office mate of Mocha Uson.
Ayun.
It's me.
Tapos na. That era is done. All right, so of course, this is a topic that's very important. There are a lot of, malawak na malawak actually yung topic. We can talk about many different aspects of this issue, but we'll try to hit the important questions. We'll start with ASEC Chris. First of all, talk to us about the FOI. I know this is an executive order from the president. For everyone here, probably not everyone knows the ins and outs of the executive order. Tell us about how it works and how it's been working these past months.
All right, so thanks for that, and thanks so much to Rappler for inviting the PCOO and the FOI office here during the Social Good Summit. The FOI program is being run by the Presidential Communications Operations Office, and it stems from an executive order. And because it's an executive order, it only applies to offices under the executive branch. So it doesn't involve the judiciary, the constitutional commissions, local government units, and the legislative branch. It only covers the departments, the bureaus, and its offices. Basically, what it means is that, quite opposite from the work of Commissioner Liboro and the National Privacy Commission, is we in government distribute are transparent in giving out information that the public may need. I understand during the hackathon, some of those who were in the hackathon were asking for information from our program, and you can actually log on to our website. It's foi.gov.ph. Again, it's foi.gov.ph. When the executive order was created, what was only envisioned by the president was a paper-based request, meaning to say you can go to any office of government under the executive branch and you can ask for information, as long as that information you're being requested is not protected by data privacy and other exceptions to public disclosure. But we at the PCOO and the FOI office said that, hey, it's already the 21st century. It's about time for us to be online. And so we created the website. So now, not only can you ask information directly from a government office, whether paper-based or manual request, you can actually ask directly online on foi.gov.ph. Now, it's a work in progress. Not all government agencies are online yet. We started in December 2016 with only 15 agencies. We're now up to 150 agencies. So we're on track, Atom, to get all national government agencies on board eFOI by our first year anniversary in December 2017. So hopefully, more and more agencies will just join if you keep on asking. So we are encouraging all of those who were involved in the hackathon to continue asking from your government agencies. That's the only way we can improve on ourselves on trying to deliver the information you're requesting.
Okay, let me continue with Chris first before we move on to our next panelist. Kamusta yung assessment, Chris, so far? Are you able to, the office has the power to reject requests, is that right?
Yes. The office that you request from.
Okay.
Yes.
And so far, have you rejected, or at least offices that are involved, have they rejected requests, and on what basis?
Yes. So based on our statistics, I don't have the latest update, but a big chunk, let's say between 30 to 40% of requests of information get denied or rejected. And the number one reason for denial is not actually falling under the exceptions. The number one reason for denial is actually because they are not the agency with that information. So for example, the PCOO, we're on foi.gov.ph, and we get asked for the salin of the president, thinking because our name is Presidential Communications Office that we have the salin of the president. That gets denied because we're not the office with that information. That's the OP. And so the number one reason for rejecting a request is because that agency does not have that information.
Okay, let me ask Vince. Based on your experience and your study of the existing FOI that we have now, do you think that enough people are using it? And what is your comment so far? Is it what's missing, or is it effective at this stage?
Thanks, Adam. Well, we don't have any information or data on how many people are using it. But I think Chris pointed out some of the limitations of the executive order, and that is it only covers the executive branch. And we know that there are two other major branches of government where citizens can ask information, where information is important, whether it's a legislative branch or the judicial branch. And I think certainly to have an FOI executive order is somewhat a step forward, but the problem is that people might think that that's all we need. And they may forget that we have two other branches of government. And there are a couple of problems with an EO. First, it can be rescinded anytime. The president himself can rescind it, or his successor can rescind it. Secondly, you can't punish anyone. You can't impose penal sanctions on someone who denies information. So there are some serious drawbacks to just relying on an EO. And so that we have been pushing for really a law to be passed so that it covers all branches of government, and then you can attach certain penalties for public officials who deny unlawfully information.
So sure, why not a law? Is this something that the administration considers a priority measure or a priority bill, Chris?
Yes, it's a priority in the PLLO and the LEDAC, but we still need to convince our legislators. We need help from Vince and everyone else, and Jane, and maybe even Commissioner Liboro, to really push for a law, because as Vince mentioned, the executive order, although a step towards the right direction, is still not, is very weak compared to a law. So we need all of your help to call on our congressmen and senators to pass an FOI law.
Right. Pero Chris, alam mo naman, we go way back, so I can be candid with you. Our congressmen, they can actually, take the cue from the president, right? Na parang sabihin niya ni president, this is what I want to do. This is the measure I want to pass. Can he be more assertive when it comes to, getting legislation for the freedom of Information Bill?
Yes, he can. No? So in the last SONA in 2016, he did talk about FOI, and then he did sign the executive order. And hopefully this year, Atom, hopefully when we hold our FOI summit in December, the President will be able to push for the passage of an FOI law.
Okay, let me ask our two other panelists what they think about this whole issue of the freedom of information, and siguro discuss it within the parameters of your respective responsibilities. For example, sa inyo,
Privacy, yeah.
sa privacy, how does it match up with
Siguro
that
two
issue?
points that I wish to raise here. First, there's no contradiction dapat between freedom of information and the right to privacy. Nakita niyo kanina yung binabalance namin doon. Because again, yung freedom of information, dapat synergistic sila. Dapat nagko-complement sila sa isa't isa. Ang pinangangalagaan lang natin sa data privacy is the individual personal information of persons. For example, in the SALN, at siya nga pala, nag-uusap kami madalas ng PCO when it comes to executing this. So marami dito sa challenges na ito, learning pa rin tayo. Isa tayo sa pinakabata na nagkaroon ng pinaka-recent nagkaroon ng data privacy law and also FOI. So pretty nascent pa ito sa atin. So mapat maintindihan po natin ito. Hindi ho madali mag-execute ng ganito worldwide sa karanasan po ng iba. So nag-uusap po kami, for example, in the case of SALN. Yung SALN po yan, yung form na yan, dinat na ho namin dyan. Mga 40 years na yatang ganun yun. So ang aming napagkaisan together with the Civil Service Commission, panahon na para i-review yung napakarami po nating government forms. Hindi lang ho SALN, pati lahat ho. Kasi yung talagang gobyerno po, alam nyo, guilty kami dyan, may sakit ho kaming submissionitis tsaka collectivitis. So, ina-require po na. So, kailangan i-review na ho yan kasi tulad ng pinasabi ko kanina, pag pumapasok ho tayo with this digital society, di ho ba? Tinatanggal nga ho natin yung mga middleman. Yan ho yung effect ng technology sa atin. Tinatanggal niyo yung middleman. Hindi sa sinasabi namin tatanggalin namin ng empleyado at employees ng government. Pero pag nilabas na ho namin yan sa inyo, wala na yung middleman dyan, yung responsibilidad ng impormasyon na yon, nasa gobyerno at nandun din sa inyo. So, marami pong issues dito. For example, when we suggest na i-redact natin yung some of the items that are personal, it is not censorship. Ang consideration namin dyan is really security. Kasi 10, 20, 30 years down the road, that same digital information will probably be still there out there. So, yun po yung aming pinangangalagaan lang dito. So, walang contradiction. Pangalawa, yun po, hindi ho dapat, ito pong, yung rights po natin sa pareho, hindi ho absolute. Walang absolute right to information, and there's no absolute right to privacy. It's really a balancing thing. And pag ho nakikita nyo na parang it's always a struggle, but we try to resolve it in a manner that is consistent with law.
Okay, Jane, do you have any experience with actually asking for information using the FOI? Just curious, para alam natin meron tayong feedback mechanism as part of BlogWatch. Or do you know anyone who has tried using the mechanism?
Yes, actually sa BlogWatch, si Noemi already tried, Noemi Dada already tried to get some information. I think just recently she got the information, pero medyo kulang-kulang pa. So, ang reaction ko lang kasi dito sa FOI, again, we have already been involved with citizen engagement since 2009. So, naabutan namin yung past administration whose promise was also to push and to implement an FOI law. Pero in the middle of the 6 years, medyo nagbago na yung ihip ng hangin. And we were actually pushing for President Aquino at that time to certify it as urgent because we knew that the moment it's certified as urgent, Congress can easily get it.
Oo,
mabilis
we
yan.
all know that, yeah.
So, I would think that with the kind of composition that we have in Congress now, I don't think it's going to be very difficult for the President to certify it as urgent if he really wants that FOI to pass into law.
Well, to the credit of the Duterte administration, this is the second executive order, if I'm not mistaken, of President Digong. So there's that, hindi ba? Like the past 6 years of the previous administration, we were hopeful that the FOI would pass, but unfortunately, it fell apart at the very end. So I guess for ordinary individuals, do you think that enough na yung tool set nila to get the information that they need? Vince talked to us about the obvious limitations of having an executive order, but with the existing executive order, if we just want to get information, let's say, from the executive, is it already enough, and is it already functioning well? Let me ask Vince, yeah.
I think if we look at the process of requesting for information, on both ends we have, I think, some improvements that need to be made. On the government end, the government has not been, in general, very good about record keeping and data collection. So even if they are willing to give you the information, many times the government agencies just simply do not have it. So for example, if you go to the MMDA and you ask them, oh, what are the statistics of cars that crash into your orange barriers? Well, you probably won't get that, because not because they don't want to give it to you, but because they don't have it. On the other end, on the requesting side, we also have a lot of training and capacity building to do with the citizens. A lot of times citizens don't realize that they have this right, they don't know how to use this right, they don't know how it can benefit them. So on both ends of that request process, I think we need to really improve and work on.
Right. So, ASEC Chris, bakit ba importante ang FOI? What can we achieve by getting this kind of information? And can we really hold into account government officials by having this kind of information available to the public on key developmental outcomes?
Yes, so FOI has many purpose. No? So the primary purpose for FOI is to hold government accountable. No, that's how other FOI programs were born in other countries, because journalists, students, academicians used FOI to really get information about expenses of their members of parliament, contracts entered into by their government. So you're holding government accountable and you force them to be transparent. But that's one purpose. But FOI is more than that, Atom. FOI can lead Filipinos to make better decisions, informed decisions. For example, in India, we found out that FOI was pushed not by the journalist, but rather the civil rights movement, the marginalized and the poor. They used FOI to ask from their Department of Social Welfare for what are the requirements to get their conditional cash transfer. They asked for information about requirements to be a scholar under the scholarship program of their education department. So FOI is not just for journalists. FOI is also for the everyday Filipino. You can get information from government that would make you, that would give you an informed choice and make better decisions in life.
What are the situations where you would have the right, or an office would have the right to refuse information? Ano ba yung mga legitimate reasons dyan na sabihin, I want this certain information, halimbawa, why would they be refused, if ever?
All right, so that's a good question, because that leads up to the exceptions. And I'd just like to share, Atom, and everyone here in the auditorium, that there is no freedom of information program, there is no access to information program, no right to information program all over the world that is absolute. There are exceptions. Number one there is national security. So some information you cannot really get because you have to protect national security. You cannot go up to the DND or AFP and ask for the troop movement tomorrow in Marawi. Otherwise, you put the lives of our soldiers in danger. Another exception would be data privacy, the private information of government officers. Commissioner Liboro was mentioning earlier that there has to be certain fields in our SALN that need to be redacted and should not be exposed or disclosed to the public. What types of information? The names of our unmarried minor children. It is a requirement of the SALN form from the civil service, and the only reason for having that is just to prove that your children don't have any business interest. Other than that, you don't have to know the name of my minor children, because they made exposure of those names and their ages might endanger their lives. So those are their exceptions. Now, how do we, the Philippines, compare to other countries? We in terms of exceptions, more or less the same. We have 9 categories of exceptions. Australia has 9, the US has 10. And more or less, they are the same. Data privacy, national security, protection of persons, confidential information by reason of official capacity, bank and secrecy laws, records of proceedings, those things. So there are exceptions, but we're hopeful to have an FOI law in order for us to take away exceptions that we do
Right.
not feel should be exempted.
At this point, can we challenge that? Halimbawa, if we get denied, and then we say, I don't think this is an issue of national security. Is there a mechanism by which we can appeal so that we can get access to the information that we need?
Yes, so those who ask actually can appeal. If your request gets denied, you can actually appeal following your agency's FOI procedure. And like what Vince mentioned earlier and Jane mentioned earlier, there's still a need to capacitate not only government agencies, but also email yan.
Sorry,
Government
bit distracted,
agencies
yeah.
as well as the people. We need to capacitate them because, like you mentioned earlier, Atom, not everyone knows how to use this right to information.
Right, okay. Talking about privacy, ito, nakikita na natin yung email account ng isa nating kasama sa staff. But going to, would you like to add something,
Yeah,
Vince?
yeah.
Yes.
I'd just like to, because we have these two gentlemen up with us this afternoon, talk about privacy, because it's a very important issue. Certainly the right to privacy is a recognized privacy, and it sometimes conflicts with the right to information, and we have to balance those rights. But we also have to remember that public officials, especially when they're conducting their duties as public officials, do not have that right to privacy. So when a public official makes a decision, how that individual arrived at that decision that decision is subject to a freedom of information request. You can ask, how did you make that decision? What was the basis for that decision, etc. Of course, as Mon pointed out, the names of the unmarried children, etc. We recognize that as something that should be kept private for security reasons and all that. But we also should remember that the public officials enjoy a lower bar of privacy, especially in their public lives. So I have heard the president on numerous occasions say that he is not accountable to anyone for the decisions he makes. Well, I will stand up and protest because he is accountable for all the public decisions that he makes. Who he decides to sleep with at night is not my concern. But when he makes a decision about martial law, about whatever, these are things that we can question him on and any public official on. And it's not covered by the data privacy, and it's not covered by the exception in the freedom of information.
Right. I mean, famously, people are entitled to know about the status of the health of the president, right? That's one of the things that you lose when you become a president, unfortunately. But we have to know if the president is really fit to govern. But let me ask Mon. Siguro going beyond FOI, but privacy in general and how it may be contradictory to public interest at certain times. Let me make a specific example kasi I think baka may mga makarelate dito. Sometimes when you lose your cell phone and then you ask for location information from the telco, usually they will refuse you based on issues of privacy. How do we kind of strike the balance? Because sometimes it's, parang nakaka-frustrate eh. Actually, that happened to me. Parang, my cell phone is walking away from me as we speak. And it's so easy to know. You can triangulate based on, you don't even need internet data. You can just triangulate based on the position of the towers. Paano yun? How do we strike that balance? Kasi that's one easy example, but there are many others.
All right. Yung pong privacy kasi, to be implemented, there are two regulators ho talaga. Hindi lang ho public regulator, hindi lang kami. Also private sector. Kanina sinabagin ko nga sa inyo, dati ho yung araw, when we frame even the Constitution, that was with the assumption na gobyerno lang ang may hawak ng data. Sila lang ang may kapangyarihan. Pero dahil nga ho sa teknolohiya, nagbago na yun. So even nga yung telephone company mo, alam na niya ngayon kung nasaan ka at saan ka nagpunta, yung digital crumbs na sinasabi, sila ho ang nagwawalis niya, at tinatago po nila yan. So again, unang-una dito kapag yung awareness mo dun sa bagay na yun, for example, yung right to have access to your own information, you can invoke that atom, I have, ano man, hindi man telco, meron ka impormasyon sa akin na nakuha mo dahil pumasok ako dun sa isang portal mo, meron ka impormasyon, meron ho kayong karapatan para magkaroon ng access po doon. At makakuha ng kopya kung kinakailangan. Karapatan mo yun, no? So pwede mong sulatan yung telco mo. Gusto ko malaman itong pinuntahan ng akin. Huwag mo lang alamin yung ibang tao, iba na yun.
Patunayan
no?
mo lang na
Pero
sa'yo
yung sa
yun, ano?
sarili mo, ako yan, at gusto ko malaman itong particular data na hawak ninyo tungkol sa akin. No? Pag hindi nila naibigay yan sa iyo, sa isang paraan na dapat reasonable naman, maaari ka magreklamo sa. So unang-una po yan, puntahan mo kung sino yung nag-collecta ng information sa iyo. Yun ho yung logic namin kung bakit po kami nagsasagawa ng mga Data Protection Officer Summit kasi mandando na po sa mga kumpanya, lalong-lalo na po dun sa mga malalaki with 250 employees and above, and also those who process sensitive personal information, which location data is also quite a very sensitive information, to mag-register po sa amin at sabihin kung sino yung kanilang Data Protection Officer precisely dahil sa mga kasong ganyan. Kasi kung meron kang kailangan na tingin mo doon sa 8 karapatan na enumerate natin at meron kang gusto mong i-invoke yon, pwede mo pong gawin yan sa panahon ngayon.
Alright.
I think we just need to classify when you request information. No? If you are requesting for your information, that's called data subject access request. I'm asking for my birth records. I'm asking for my transcript of records. There is no violation of privacy there because that's your information. It breaches over to data privacy if you're asking for the information of another person. That's third-party request. If you're asking for the transcript of records of another person because he's applying for employment in your office, then we're in the gray area between protecting privacy and disclosing information.
Right. Nako, third party. Mahirap yan. Let's ask the rest of our panelists. That's not a good word in any context. Let's ask the rest of our panelists their position on this seeming contradiction between public interest and privacy. One raging debate also is yung kunyari national ID system and also registering your SIM cards. Jane, what do you think about these issues briefly, and where do you stand in all of that?
Okay. I was just at the last DPO 6 for social media and media, and we were in the group for the national ID. And actually, my own position is that the concept is good. However, it's how it's going to be implemented and how the information that's going to be put into that national ID is going to be guarded. At the moment, looking at our experience with Comelec, as a private individual, I am concerned. I am concerned that the people who are handling the national ID may not be able to safeguard the information that's going to be there. So, as far as I'm concerned, at this point in time, I am not for it.
What do we need to, quick follow-up, what do you want to see before you can trust the government with that kind of information?
Well,
Kasi ang hirap na ngayon eh. Everything, technology is very technical. So how do you know that they're capable?
I wouldn't know yet. I think it remains to be seen. We really have to see what's going to happen in terms of, let's say, the DICT and how they plan to implement their plans, the National Broadband Plan, how all of the agencies are going to tie into that backbone, and how it's going to be safeguarded. I think we need first to reassure our people that all of these safeguards are in place before we actually implement it.
Okay, Vince.
Yeah, I think we're all concerned, especially after the Comelec hack. How good is government at really protecting the data that is in its hands? So I think that's a very valid concern. My other valid concern is, does government respect human and civil rights? Because if they don't respect it, then it's quite possible that a government could misuse that information. You know, you just open it up and say, oh, ano bang information kay Atom dyan?
Asan ba si Atom ngayon?
Di ba? And that, to me, is very dangerous. When you have a government, any government, that doesn't respect human and civil rights, when you have institutions that are weak, whether it's the judicial system or whether it's the Commission on Human Rights, that aren't able to step in and protect the individual, then that creates a very sort of Orwellian future for us. And I think this is something that I would be very, very scared about. And not because I'm a criminal or a drug user or drug pusher, but as Mon says, this is information that's private, and we are supposed to be protected under the Data Privacy Act.
Okay, very quick, sorry.
Yun ko
Mon,
lang,
yeah,
Tom,
go ahead.
no? So, yun po yung aming binubuno, no? Yung, again, balancing and upholding information, individual privacy rights, no, of citizens. At the same time, ensuring that there's free flow of information. Alam nyo, years back, ayaw ho ng telco yung mga SIM card registration dahil sabi nga, baka mag-stop yung uptake ng tao dun sa technology kasi it becomes a barrier. No, kasi pa nag-impose ka ng ID, nag-impose ka ng ganito, baka may mga tao na hindi maka-avail nito. So, nagkakaroon naman ng exclusivity tsaka hindi nagiging inclusive yung society. Pero yung argumento ho ngayon, I think hindi na ho gagawin ng telcos yun eh. Kasi we have 145 million, lahat ho tayo meron ng SIM card at may telepono na eh. So, hawak na natin ito. So, any action that will involve ito po, dapat may higher objective siguro dapat ito. No? Kami po sa NPC, hindi ho kami gatekeeper kung dapat yung gawin o wag yung gagawin. Ang sinasabi lang namin dito, kung mayroong batas niyan at legal po yan, at parehas o fair no, ang paggamit po nito, gawin po ninyo, but you have to be aware of the risks. So meron kaming tinatawag na privacy risk assessment. Kailangan yung buong proyektong yan, mag-undergo niya. Makita po natin yung sinasabi ni Jane, nasabi ni Vince, ano nga ba ang risks ng meron dito? Kasi kung titingnan po, at dahil pag mataas po yung risks at maliit yung benefit, wag na ho nating ituloy. Kasi illogical yun eh. Kung mataas yung risk, mataas ang benefit, mataas din naman yung controls na kailangan mong gawin. So yung sinasabi ni Jane, patunayan nyo naman na yung controls mataas. Go natin yon. So yun ho malalaman natin scientifically. Hindi ho haka-haka. Let's come up with a really decent privacy, we call it a privacy risk assessment. Sa lahat po, ID, national ID, SIM card registration, no-call registry. Meron na ho mga ganyan dun sa Congress ngayon. So, again, kami po, hindi ho namin sasabihin kaagad, no, na huwag niyong gawin ito. Kasi gobyerno po, ang assumption po natin, gumagawa ng para makabubuti sa atin. Pero pag mataas ang risko, mataas ang benepisyo, ginagyan mo ng control, again, ang warning lang dito, gusto ko address dito rin kay Vince, yung pong batas ng Data Privacy Act, hindi ho kampi sa gobyerno ito. Doble po ang penalties for government officers and officials na magbabiolate dito. Kaya yung sinasabi mo, or Vince, no, sinasabi natin na, halimbawa, may unauthorized na kumuha nitong data na ito, he's potentially facing 3 years to 7 years imprisonment and a fine of 500,000 to 4 million pesos. Sino mang intelligence officer na aabuso nito, halimbawa, mangyari ho dun sa kabilang ho ng mga intelligence agencies natin, at abusuhin ho ito. Right now ho ngayon, kung meron nung illegally magbabiolate, no, ng ating anti-war tapping law, halimbawa, and unauthorized, kinuha nila yung data ninyo at mahalaman po natin yan, mareklamo nyo ho sa amin yan, kung sino man ho yun. They're facing stiff penalties. Ang private ho, yun ho sinabi ko sa inyo kasi automatic ang government ho, times 2 ang penalty niya. So government, we are doing this, pushing this probably with a bigger risk on persons who are going to handle this data. So we better be aware of all this.
All right. Sabi sa akin, last 3 minutes, pero hindi pa naman tayo pinapatayan ng mic. So, can I ask one quick question? Kasi this is also interesting. I'll start with Chris before I go on to our panelists kung may oras pa. Talking about technology and how we can use it to hold our leaders accountable, one way that I think most of us can relate is using technology, specifically social media, to voice our opinion about different pressing issues. Tanong ko lang si Chris, minomonitor nyo ba yun? Parang, is it important to the office kung kunyari ano yung talakayan sa social media about certain issues, and how does that affect, if it even affects the policy or any kind of decision at all?
We monitor our own social media accounts. So there's a presidential communications, Facebook, Twitter, and so that's whatever comments we receive, that's what we monitor.
All right. How about our panelists? Do you think that this kind of technology is it effective Should we use it to give feedback to our very short
Again,
lang,
any technology nowadays, it has its beneficial use. It also has its potential to violate privacy. So dapat ho maging aware tayo. Again, 30 ways love yourself online. That's the way to do it. So ang panhuling panawagan ko lang, like us on Facebook. No? We have 44,000 followers. Pero puntahan yung Facebook, marami rin ho kayo matututunan doon. May risk ang pagpunta sa Facebook, pero wala ho kaming choice. Nandun kayong lahat 66 million daw. Sabi ng Facebook officer.
In the Philippines.
66 million individual
Just in the
accounts dito sa... Akalain nyo, nandun tayong lahat, di ba? So wala ho kaming choice. Kailangan namin kayo kausapin through that medium, pero mag-ingat tayong lahat.
Can I just add, sorry Vince, can I just add that the DSWD is one of the agencies that really are very aggressive with social media, specifically Facebook, because Facebook is very fast. If you're in a particular area, there's some calamity, you Facebook the DSWD and they respond. So the question of DSWD is, should we stop our engagement with the citizens using Facebook and just say, any request for information, you have to go to foi.gov.ph? You said no. You continue it because Facebook is fast.
Right.
For everything else, then you go to foi.gov.ph.
Yeah, well, that's a nice example of how it works to bridge that kind of gap. Vince,
I think social media has great potential to connect the citizens with its government. I think the government has to have a very organized and programmatic way of running its social media accounts, because right now it kind of seems haphazard. Maybe DSWD is doing a good job, but maybe DOH is not. So I think government has to be a lot better and to recognize that they need to dedicate resources to it, because if they don't, then you have a Twitter handle, and then people will try to get information, and after a while, you get nothing. I mean, like MMDA, for example. When they first launched its Twitter account, great. But today, it takes days if they'll even answer you. So they really have to dedicate the resources.
Okay, Jean?
I'm in social media. What else can I say? But I did see the time, early 2009, when there were not many government agencies even on Twitter. And we were one of those who continued to push and to advocate for them to be there, because we said the only way you can really render public service is if you are where the public are. So I would say that social media, I think, is really something that all of you need to take advantage of, because it's breaking down all of these barriers that used to be there. Government is a lot closer to us now than it used to be before. Before, you could not even step into a government official's office without an appointment. Now you don't need an appointment. If that person is on Twitter, that senator or congressman is on Twitter, you can actually tag them already there or on their Facebook page, and you can actually have a conversation if they respond to you. So for me, that is the pro. The con, the other side of it is that there needs to be we need more courtesy, respect. I feel and I see that it's already going beyond what would be normal conversation. In normal conversation, you don't threaten a person in front of you if that person has a different opinion from you. But here, we see that on social media. People get threats and get insulted. So for me, it's really, we really have to educate those who are on social media on how it's to be done. Pero ASEC, I just need to comment, because I was a little alarmed that the 30 to 40% on the FOI requests that you said were being turned down because they were approaching the wrong body. I don't know if we can do something about that, because the moment they're turned down, they will not want to apply anymore. Kasi na sila parang na-disappoint na sila. Is there anything we can do in terms of somebody within government filtering that and maybe helping them out by directing these requests to the right body, so that it doesn't just stop at a denial, but that it moves forward with somebody inside government bringing that document or that request to the right body?
Yes, we do capacity building for the agencies to embrace the motto of the DTI, which is serbisyong higit sa inaasahan. So if you don't have that information, just don't deny. You have to help the requestor to the proper agency who has that information. For example, for this hackathon, Kevin asked from the DA latest data on staple agronomic crops for the hackathon, and it was denied because it was the wrong agency. The proper agency is the Bureau of Agricultural Statistics. Who knows, di ba? I mean, I don't even know. So if I will ask any agriculture statistics, I'll really ask the DA because it's Department of Agriculture, yung pala wrong agency. So there has to be some kind of effort on our part to help each other out because you guys get confused on which agency has the information you're asking.
Right. Okay. And on that note, actually, yung pinag-uusapan natin is kind of the topic of the next panel discussion. So you're welcome to stay. But let's thank all of our panelists for a great discussion. We have PCOO ASEC Chris Sablan, Vince Lasatin, Jane Uymatiao, and Mon Liboro. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Vince. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you, guys.
Teka.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so I actually got some interesting information. You know, right now, there's a viewing party at Visayas State University and Urban Chick Resto. They're watching us. So, can everyone say hello? Hi, guys. We know you're there.
Where?
Visayan State University.
Visayan State University. Hello. Maayong, ano ba? Ano ba yung hapon? Trinay pa kasi. Sa
Visayas.
Okay, Visayas State University.
Visayas State.
Okay. Are we going to announce the winners at this stage?
I think we'll do it later.
Okay.
But what we want to announce is a reminder to the audience to tweet using hashtag 2030now. As you know, there are people in the Visayas watching, so let's make this a nationwide conversation. Okay, but before the next panel, actually, we have a speech from someone who I think you all know.
Okay.
That's not you, Atom. Okay. He is an actor environmentalist. Still not you. Best known for playing the role of the protagonist Antonio Luna in the historical epic film General Luna. Okay, kilala nyo na? Let's please welcome John Arcilla.
What time is it? Hello, mic test. Good afternoon. Well, there was this very interesting topic on privacy and our accessibility to our government. But where do we want to bring this country? Where do we want to bring this planet? We are all social beings, whether we like it or not. It is not a decision. It is not a choice. It is what we are. It is nature. Maybe you want to consider yourself as an individualist or opted to be called as one. Do your thing and I'll do mine, thank you. It won't happen. It won't. Aren't we all eat our meals? Don't you visit banks or a cafe? Aren't you dreaming of a nice house or travel to an amazing place, even alone? Well, thanks to those who cooked the food for you. Or if you cook it yourself, thank God to those farmers who toiled their sweats out just to grow those crops you have cooked today. Or to those boatmen, boatwomen, and helpers who brought these crops onto your pan or to your personal favorite grocery stores. There's a full dynamic of life that actually happened before that food fell on top of your table. Thanks to that Grab service who brought you to your office or to your bank or cafe or to a pier. He may be annoying, but you survived it, and life goes on. Thanks to those architects and laborers who built our houses. Thanks to the creators of Facebook and other social media platforms and all their staff who keeps on creating innovations for you to enjoy or express your significant daily creeds and, your rants. Baby, we are surrounded by people whether we choose it or not. You are not alone, and they are not too. That farmer just bought a new book for his son now, and it came from the money that you've just put in the cycle. That boatman just bought a medicine for his wife now. And that Grab Manong just learned some lessons from you today, or vice versa. No one is alone. There is no escape. Everything that will happen around you and to your society will happen to you. Everything you'll do and you will not do affect the people around you. So caring is such a natural thing. Again, caring is such a natural thing. The cycle of giving back and receiving or getting is natural. Being uncaring is perverse. It is like you are trying not to eat for life. Being nice is not a big deal too. It is as natural as waking up and resting, to recuperate or to unwind. We don't even need to underline kindness. It is actually our purpose. Unkindness is unnatural. When someone is less privileged or weaker than you, than us, we naturally send compassion or a hand, a token, a signal, or a sympathy or love. There may be your family, your siblings, neighbors, your dog, or your plant. See, we are all interconnected. No escape. Which means we cannot just do anything, say anything, post anything without thinking of its effect to someone in your circle or to a group of people who will read it. Choosing words to say is not hypocrisy. I think it is prudence. It is polite. I think it is human. I believe that everything we do or say creates an energy, a ripple, and it will bring back another ripple or a big wave to you or to us. Making no choice is actually a choice. We are actually empowering the other side of what is bothering us. So wherever you want to bring this country, wherever you want to bring your life, it will be up to you. It will be up to us. Our country's progress can bring advantages to each and everyone's existence. Our country's pain or demise will make us fall, will make everybody fall. I don't believe in colors. Politically and racially speaking, let us not go there. Let's think of everybody's welfare. What now is innovation? We benefit from it, sure. If we will benefit from innovations as individuals, but if it will make us disconnected, what is innovation for? What is good technology? If technology will make us dull, non-analytical, and irresponsible, what is technology for? Why can't we innovate on how to fix relationships? An approach that is something new, but the values are intact. How about a technology to make us closer as human beings, instead of promoting hate cultures, or worse, making us divided as a nation, divided as citizens of this planet? I think it is better to use innovation and technology for the benefit of everyone, to promote compassion, good values, gratitude, peace, and harmony through our innovations and newfound technologies. If we think we don't want to be part of the movers to push the innovation with a heart, at least let us learn the virtue of gratitude. Let us all be thankful to these developments and cycle of life which were actually brought by other human beings that we don't bother to notice or we don't see literally, but are making our life much, much better. And yes, gratitude and getting lessons from the past can push the evolution, the innovation of humanity forward. Again, depending on how we use it. This is the very reason why I think being sensible is a responsibility. Our neglects and apathy will bring everyone in a lonely land sooner or sooner. Let us innovate with purpose. When we post something, think of the welfare of others. Think of the positive energy it can create. Think of the people who will be inspired. Think of a society that you want to have, a planet that we want to be safe to live in. Thank you. So when we innovate or when we upgrade, ask ourselves, what is it for? What do I want to do with it? What is my purpose? We are the highest form of animals. We don't rant just because we like it, we feel it. If that is our disposition, we should not blame anyone. Why there is a culture of hate or killings that is going on around us all over the planet and all over our nation these days. We have created the environment that we have now. We are the one who created the country that we have now. We brought our planet to where it is now in the name of climate change and extinction. So next time we think of innovation and technology, think again, what kind of person do I want to be? Where do I want to bring this country? What do I want this planet to be made of? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Nako, si Idol. General. Ilang beses ko pinanood yun, sir. Sobra ako na-inspire.
Nung nagpa-practice ka for Citizen Jake?
Hindi. Bago pa nun. Ikaw kanina. Buwi bingo ka na. All right, of course, we'll also have John as one of the panelists in our next panel discussion. And this is a very interesting one. Actually, I'm quite jealous that Natasha will be moderating this. It is a panel discussion on using social media to promote social good. And let me introduce the panelists, beginning with John Arcilla, of course, actor and environmentalist, best known for playing the role of protagonist Antonio Luna in the historic epic film General Luna. We also have, Laura Lehman. She is Miss World Philippines 2017. She also placed first runner-up in the Binibining Pilipinas pageant last 2014 and was Ateneo de Manila University's UAAP courtside reporter. And finally, we have Miguel Bermundo, the program manager for education and citizenship of Globe Telecom. He is also, my fans. He's also the co-founder of Dream Big Pilipinas FA, a non-profit organization that uses football as a tool for community development in underserved communities. Okay. So on that note, let us invite all of our panelists to join us on stage. And we'll have Natasha take it away. Thank you, Natasha.
Thank you, Adam. Come on up, join me. We have this panel every year since we started in 2000. This has been 6 years. It's been 6 years. So it's always one of the panels I look forward to, so I'm looking forward to moderate this. But in 2012, it was interesting because at that time we were only seeing the start or the potential of social media. And now, 5 years later, it's affecting every aspect of our lives, right? So I think it's great to have this panel at this time. Let me join you guys. I've been a multimedia reporter for Rappler for 6 years. And when we first started, there was not this sort of environment that we're experiencing now. And a lot of people say it's very toxic right now. So why don't we start the panel by, how do you feel when you go online? Do you feel that there's more negativity or more positivity? John, we'll start with you.
Oh, man.
Reporter ako, sorry.
After a long speech. Sometimes I don't even want to open my Facebook, sometimes because there's a lot of negativity. But you know what? That is a very good opportunity for you and for us to post something that can actually get the attention of a lot of people. Baka we're already in this cycle. Alam mo, sometimes may ganun tayong, the group of people, no? Pag, parang there's this kind of energy na pag nandun na kayong lahat, nakain na kayo ng buong energy na parang wala kasing, hoy, sandali, gising.
It's like a mob.
Yes, something like that. So we really, especially if the people are starting not to think, masyado nang emotional, so parang kailangan merong gigising, merong magsasabi naman ng something positive, or merong, yes, something like that, yeah.
A voice of reason. Okay, Miguel?
I think we see both in equal weights. You have negativity and positivity. I guess it's very confronting for many of us to see all the negativity. And I think these are all coffee shop talks that we all were surrounded with online. It's just that now we have social media gives us a megaphone to see not just ours, our friends, but everyone else's all across the world. So I think it's really, while it is confronting, there are opportunities for us to do something about it. And being well informed gives us that opportunity to take action.
Laura?
Well, for me, I think that, of course, we see negativity and we also see positivity. But I think a lot of what you see also has to do with yourself, because you choose what you see. Sometimes who you are is who you surround yourself with, and I think that's the case also with social media. Because personally, when I see somebody attacking someone on social media, or when I see negativity in social media, I unfollow, I block. Because I think social media has become sort of like a dialogue when you're talking to people every day and someone is negative towards you and someone is speaking bad about you. You'll also feel negative. You'll also see down. And it's the same thing when you read something. If you read something negative, if you read something that's says very mean things, you also get affected. So it's better to just block those things out and just choose to read the positive and choose to stay happy.
But does that also, blocking is an easy way to block off the negativity, but that also risks putting you in a bubble where you only, see or hear the opinions of people who are similar to you, which also has a downside. So what do you guys think about blocking? Are blocking trolls or people who are dissenting your opinions, is that the right way? Or how do you guys personally decide who to block? There's no right or wrong answer, but it would be interesting to kind of see how people who are in the public sphere versus people who are less public, how do you guys decide?
Actually, yun yung problema ko kasi like when you endorse something or when they see you on TV, they don't expect you to get a side, no, at kumuha ng isang grupo para kampihan something. So it's not really easy for me to block anyone. So parang, or to unfriend anyone. So ang nangyayari sa akin, I listen to all sides, in fact. And I try to create some shout-outs or posts na tingin ko parehong mabibigyan ng encouragement yung all sides, something like that. And but slowly sometimes, merong mga nag-unfriend na parang once in the blue moon, merong nag-unfriend. Sabi ko, siguro ayaw niya yung aking post. So there's the time naman na yung mga nasa list, na waiting list, ina-approve ko naman.
Okay.
Yeah, I think John said it beautifully earlier in his speech that we're all connected. And I think that opportunity to be completely connected to the world is something unheard of in decades ago. Yeah. And I think the opportunity here is to practice empathy. Whether we see something negative or positive, it's, if we're looking at just a negative, however confronting it is, you practice seeing the pain of the person. No one is authentically evil or wrong. You just want to see If there's a way to see goodness in context, then you can create the right action rather than confront fire with fire. That's, so I'm not in the practice of blocking, but I can understand how people would also.
For me, I think there's a difference between negative criticism and constructive criticism. Because there's a difference when someone is trolling or saying very bad things out of emotion, and then there's a difference when someone is saying things out of constructive criticism to make you better so that you yourself improve. So I think you also have to be careful with that. There's a fine line because you do have to listen to those who have opinions that are not similar to yours. But that's very different from someone who is just bashing out of emotion, out of anger.
Okay, Miguel, I have a follow-up to your question. But very quickly, guys, because this is a social media panel, I have my phone with me on stage, so you guys could tweet questions. I know it's very interesting. I'm at Natasha G on Twitter, so feel free to send over your questions and we can talk about them. Miguel, just to follow up, you said, you know, these people aren't inherently evil, right? I mean, they're people with emotions or emotional. But nowadays, that's not necessarily the case because there is evidence that there are trolls, fake accounts, a propaganda machine that is funded by various groups. There are bots that are not people, but a machinery. So then how do you deal with this? This is completely unprecedented. And some of these propaganda machines or movements online, on both sides, whatever sides, I'm not talking about anything specific, but these people, some of these people are hired to push a specific agenda, not necessarily to hurt you personally, but you know, that isn't part of what they're there for. So how do you handle that?
I think that would be a big lesson on digital discernment. And when we say digital discernment, it's not really to seek out who is in the truth, because no one really has a monopoly of the truth. But when we say discernment, it's really to identify and isolate what is opinion, what is someone's opinion, and what is the truth. So if we're able to ride through and cut through the clutter, and I think that's when we can make proper decisions whenever we see something online.
I'm interested to know, how do you guys personally use social media? You know, for movies, for instance, for actors, hype on social media is everything, right? It could help a movie succeed. There's been some controversy of directors who don't necessarily react very well to criticism. John, how do you use social media?
Well, actually, wala naman kasi, meron lang ako isang naging parang maling issue before na maraming pumasok talaga ng mga bashers. Pero it wasn't proven kasi merong isang group ng how do we call it? Nagmamanage ng isang page na pinagtanggol ako dun sa mga nagbabash kasi it's not really mine, no? Pero akala nila ako. Actually, pag halimbawang puro negative na yung nakikita ko sa mga postings, itinatry kong kausapin, makipagkaroon ng conversation. And then sinasabi ko, if that is fake news, you have to research kasi importante eh. And then nakikita ko naman yung ibang mga, especially yung mga friends ka naman talaga na medyo parang nagpo-post ng mga fake news. Somehow makikita mo dun sa kanilang mga postings, meron na silang dinelete. Kasi importante rin yun na ma-realize nila. Even my nephews and nieces sometimes nadadala sila ng mga fake news. Pero at least ngayon, aware na yung mga tao na may fake news na kailangan bago ka mag-post, i-research mo muna. I mean, balikan mo yung source niya, baka naman mali yan. So I think importante rin na binibigyan natin sila ng ganong information at saka yung trying to, ayaw ko kasing magmukhang parang we're better than them, no? Or somehow to educate our parang FB friends na may other ways, ibang paraan para magsabi tayo ng mga gusto nating shout-outs. I mean, we have to research first. We have to go back to its resources. Mag-aral tayo. I mean, kailangan natin mag-isip at mag-analyze.
I think that's a great point because especially in this country that's obsessed with beauty and celebrity, you guys have, you know, you are in a position of power to educate. Lao, this country loves beauty pageants. They're so supportive when you're going. Tapos pag matalo, parang grabe mag-bash, di ba? I mean, we've seen this happen. Check. Hi guys, that's me, follow. Go na lang to the notification because I'm already getting some great questions. So if you guys could go to the mentions. How do you deal with that? How do you deal with bashers? You said you were blocking, but you know, the support is great. But unfortunately, for public figures, you guys can't just get off Twitter when you're about to go, and then when you lose, bye, you know, disappear. So John had given examples of how he engages with trolls or people who disagree with him. Lau, how do you do that?
Well, you know, for me, if you open my Instagram or my Twitter page, it says Laura Liman. But right under that, it says Miss World Philippines. And because I'm Miss World Philippines and because I have the sash that says Philippines and I don't have a sash that says Laura, I'm always very conscious of how I carry myself and what I do. Because at the end of the day, I'm representing the Philippines. I'm representing the Filipina. And of course, I want to represent all of you in the best way possible because I'm so proud to be Filipina. And I want the world to see how great of a country we are, that we're not the scary country that people see on the news, you know? We're happy people. And on my social media, I want to promote that because I know the other countries are looking. I know Miss World Indonesia or Miss World America is looking. And I want to make sure that they see our country in a positive light. And that's really what I aim to do in social media.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, can I add something?
Yes,
May
please.
na-discover kasi ako before, no? Merong mga nang babash, ginagawa ko, pinupuntahan ko directly dun sa messenger, kinakausap ko sila. Yes. Kasi you know what? Doon sila mas nagiging tao. Kasi there's this culture of FB shout-outs na feel lang nila eh. Kasi it's a fad, parang ganun. And suddenly, they're not actually even aware of what they're saying. So pag kinausap mo sila doon, suddenly makikita mo, yung tao sa tao ang nag-uusap. Sabi ko, wait, sandali lang. Bakit tayo nagsisigawan? Ba't tayo nagmumurahan doon sa ano? Kasi yun yung parang, sikat siya at nagsalita siya ng ganito, nag-bash siya. So parang merong ganun ng culture. So yun, ginawa ko yan. And then suddenly, yun namang mga medyo nagbabash, bumaba yung kanilang nagkakaintindihan kami. Tapos tumitigil sila.
That's great. I actually didn't know that was the thing that celebrities did. Because the other thing going off of that, sometimes when you comment and your comment gets likes, it's addicting, right? There's been so many studies that social media, when you use it, it releases the same hormones that's released during sex or during gambling. Social media is addicting and it feels good. So that's a great point because when you actually engage with them person to person, there's nobody else watching. Nobody cares about the likes, and you can actually converse.
Yes,
that's great. Okay, Miguel, you may not be a public figure, but you are part of the biggest telecommunications company in the country. What is Globe doing, for instance, to contribute to making social media online less toxic?
Yeah, particularly I handle the public education partnerships, in which case we have a long-term partnership with the Department of Education in educating the youth, specifically public school, who lack the infrastructure and curriculum for digital education. So what we do is we have a campaign called Digital Thumbprint Program, and that program is about creating workshops, carrying out workshops for kids in K-12 and all the way to college level in responsible digital citizenship. So that means how do you protect yourself from cyber crimes and security risks? How do you behave online, proper etiquette and responsibility? And how can you actually use technology to better yourself?
That's great. I think digital literacy is definitely something that needs to be incorporated in perhaps curriculums one day, especially because it's such a changing world. And if children are growing up with social media, they need to learn how to use it properly. Thank you for that initiative. Okay, guys, my Twitter is bursting. The last time I got this much is because people were bashing me. So ngayon, puro questions. So I'm happy. Okay, there's an interesting one from @Truxgaza. Do you think, I guess this is for Lau and John, do you think public figures should be neutral and try to mediate social media opinions or take a stand and influence?
Well, you have to take a stand and influence. Pero you have to know where the other side is coming from. I think that's a very intelligent way of understanding the person that you don't understand. No? Kasi in the very first place, posibleng kulang lang sila ng information kaya sila ganun. Or there are some fanatics that you have to parang understand na yun yung way of thinking nila. So, hindi mo na sila pwedeng labanan pa. But I think slowly. I mean, you have to compose some phrases that will make them feel better rather than parang reprimanding or nang-aaway, something like that, no? So kailangan mo rin pumili ng salita. Kagaya nung ginawa ko, sabi ko, nagpunta ako sa Messenger, and I talk to them as a person, sandali lang. Hindi very, hindi ka nagre-reprimand ng tao. So may stand ka, pero kailangan mong pumili ng mga salita.
Yeah, more conscious than other private citizens. Okay.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. I think it's important to take a stand because you do have a voice and you have a lot of people following you. But at the same time, I think that it's important not to be partisan. Because at the end of the day, I know I'm not a politician. I don't have that knowledge of political background or even how the economy works. I'm from a completely different side. So my goal is really to make people happy, to spread goodwill. And as long as the messages I spread are value-based and not partisan, not siding with someone else, I think that's the more important part of it.
Great.
I believe that too. I'm non-partisan. It's a choice. Kailangan kong intindihan ng pinanggagalingan ng lahat.
Yeah, I think that's one of the problems also, is that social media has become so divisive. It's either you're with us or against us, kaya mahirap to engage in conversation, right? Miguel, one of the biggest telcos in this country means a lot of power as well. And could we scroll up, please? I saw a great question since you mentioned empathy earlier. Sorry, scroll down. You mentioned empathy, Miguel, and there's next one. Here, I have it here. At Edge Angeles asks, people have the fight or flight reaction when faced with logic. Please ask how empathy can be practiced with stubborn people. Because, he was so positive. Miguel was like, let's be empathetic. How do you do that when they're so stubborn?
It's not easy. I'll tell you that. Especially if they harp on things that are that you are so sensitive in. Everyone has their own sensitive issues. Some it's about family, some it's about their work, their level of success. And if we're able to take a step back and understand that everyone else is going through something similar, then we can understand where the pain is coming from. If we just isolate those who are really just who are paid, the black propaganda, if we can take it all aside, the bots, and just look at those who are in pain, who want to voice out, who have really valid concerns, but if we feel they are in conflict with our own views, then that is one opinion and one another, and I think it's something we have to respect. In terms of it being any easier, I don't think it can get easier, but I think we should all be responsible in giving people a chance to and see their views also.
People always ask me, why do you even engage with trolls in the first place? They're so stubborn, they're not going to listen, exactly what John said. And I think one of the valuable things to say to that is that even if you're not convincing that particular account, there are other people watching. And it's good for them, for the silent people watching, to hear different perspectives. And perhaps you may not convince that particular person, but you might give courage to somebody else to speak out or to change someone else who's watching. Right? So I think that's also important.
Yeah, I think just to add also, whenever we share something, I don't know if you experience, I'm assuming most people experience being bashed or having a thread going on about your claim and it's in conflict with what you are going for. And instead of deleting, there are many occurrences where other people would defend you as much as the people who are taking the offense. And I think that's an encouraging thing also about social media, is that it's really just a tool, and it just gives more people a chance to defend and also to put clarity on what they believe in.
I'm looking at these questions and they're all kind of the similar thread. At Jay Beltran was asking, how do you get your message across to a seemingly purposely deaf mob? So ang raming hugot ng mga tao. And it's all around the same thread, no? Okay, here's an interesting question. And a lot of these were ones I meant to ask, so I'm glad these are coming through. We have a question on fake news. John, you mentioned fake news, the prevalence of fake news. It's affecting our democracy. It's affecting people's opinions. How do you suggest people, like you said, some of your nephews are a victim to that. What tips do you suggest for people to be smarter about the posts that they share?
May nag-circulate na list ng mga fake, ng mga sources ng fake news. I think sinare ko rin siya sa postings ko. I think that's important. Para malaman nila kung yung pinanggagalingan ng kanilang sources doon sa group ng list na yan. So I did that.
How about you, Ariel?
In terms of fake news, it's quite hard to discern for many if you're not informed on how to validate sources, how to really check what is credible and what isn't. In fact, I think many experience, for those who use free Facebook, you can only see the headline, and you have to, you'll be deducted from data charges if you open and click to verify. So many people I can understand how easily people could believe the headline without really verifying the source. So I think it's all around us, and if we can be more aware of how to validate, I think that would be very powerful for us.
Personally, I like how we're talking about fake news, and I like how fake news is trending these days, simply because it gives people more awareness. So they're aware that there is fake news out there, that people are spreading false information, and I think as long as we know that, and as long as we are aware of that, then that already helps prevent the process, because it makes people more picky about what they're reading, what they're sharing.
Filipinos actually are among the top social media users in the world, okay? 4 hours on average a day. Who here spends 4 hours a day on social media? When you wake up in the morning, what's the first thing you check? Facebook. When you go to bed at night, what's the last thing you check? So again, I will ask,
Parang
who
hindi
spends
4
4
hours.
hours?
Mga 8 hours na yun.
Mga 8 hours na. Diba? I mean, you pick up your phone every time you're bored, you're waiting, you have lunch break, that's 1 hour, and you're always automatically checking Instagram or Facebook, right? Is it necessary? I have a question here from @SexJan. Do you think hiatus from social media is necessary to detoxify oneself from its negativity? Do you think hiatus from social media is necessary to detoxify yourself from its negativity? It's not here. There you go. Do you think hiatus from social media? What do you think?
I think it's necessary, just because I think it's important to take time away from the computer and what other people are saying, and just to take time to breathe and be in the real world and remember that things are happening outside of our phone. But I don't think it means that you have to delete your social media. I think it just means you have to be aware of the fact that there's a world outside going on and not everything is on the computer.
Yeah, I agree. I think more than the clutter we see on what's fake news, what isn't, it would be nice to breathe air, go outside, connect with people on a personal level. I think that would be the more important aspect that we lack or we often neglect now because of social media.
Yeah, or take it like when you're working, you have a 8 to 5 work job. And then you can say that this Sunday I will not open my Facebook.
Oh, that would be so
Something
great.
like that. Or yes. Or this week, this day, until 10 o'clock lang yung aking Facebook. Something like that. May bakasyon ka.
That would be nice.
May bakasyon ka, or 3 araw kang hindi titingin.
I wish we could do that as journalists, pero masuskupan na kami if
Ah,
we're not
alright.
on Facebook.
If that is your job,
but
it's
yeah,
not-
right?
it's not easy.
Yeah, for
Yes,
everybody
it's-
else, I think it's really healthy to be able to limit yourself. There are apps actually that alarm when you go over a certain time, so you can limit that usage. Might not be that great for a telco company though. I don't know. Okay, we have more questions. It's flooding in. It's coming in. So please just feel free to jump in if you want to answer any of those questions. But here's an interesting one from @Togski, Troy Tolentino. Was there a time wherein something significant happened to social media? Perhaps maybe it was bashing, or for me, I remember it was someone who told me a perspective I never really quite thought of before, and that person actually convinced me otherwise of an opinion. So I remember those because, you know, it's important to listen also. But can you guys think of any particular moment on social media that, Lau, I mean, was it all the support from social media that made you also, you know, go for Miss World? How has it affected you?
You know, I think what's the most important is that you have to know yourself. You have to believe in yourself and you have to be confident in yourself. Because when you know yourself, then it's not going to matter what people say. You know, someone can bash you, someone can say this and that about you, but when you know yourself, when you know your morals and know your stance on things, then it's not going to affect you. So I think that's how you should look at life, and that's how you should go about your life.
So optimistic. I love it. Okay. John's smiling.
I'm really very weak on that part. Binabangungot ako. I mean, there was this really big incident that happened na hindi naman talaga, alam mo yung, there's this my face on a post, and then mayroong caption na parang ako yung, di ko alam kung nakita ng ibang nandito yon. But anyway, so the people took it as mine. And then talagang, I mean, you know what? I mean, you know what? Yung mga sentences, yung mga terms na you cannot actually chew. I mean, so parang, suddenly parang, wow. I mean, you know what? Yes, I mean, ganon kami ng tao na hindi pa nila na-evaluate kung ako talaga yun o kung akin talaga yan. And there's this friend of mine na yung lahat ng mga taong yan is actually nasa page niya and kakampi nila. And then sinabi niya, you know what, I can actually put a passage on your picture like this. So gumawa siya ng sample. See? So,
but the
yes,
effect
they
was
stopped.
massive. Yeah.
Yes, they stopped. Yun ang mahirap minsan talaga pag hindi nila, I mean, pinag-aaralan mabuti. Like, pero sa akin, hirap ako. It's really hard for me.
I think it's important also to be honest, right? Because people have different tolerances to these things, and that's why people's behavior in social media is also different. And there's no right or wrong answer. There's no actual, you know, I mean, if there was an answer, then we wouldn't be in this situation, right?
Yeah,
if people
before-
could
yeah.
control themselves and what they post.
Yeah, that's true. Before kasi yung sinabi kong sumagot ako sa messenger, isa-dalawa lang yun. Pero pag nagbabasa yung thousands na. Thousands as in, wow. And they have the same words and phrases na parang saan ang galing yan. Ang sarap sanang isipin na these people are actually just posers or paid. Pero yung iba hindi eh. Talagang parang nakain na sila nung sistema as they say it.
Twitter system. Miguel, you speak to a lot of people, a lot of the people you try to educate on social media. Do you have a specific experience that you really, maybe someone that shared, maybe they shared something with you that really stuck with them, or perhaps a personal experience?
Well, a couple of years back, I wrote something that was published in Rappler, and it was my opinions about sports in the Philippines, and that it affected me. That the number of the mood meter in Rappler just changes every day. So I would look at it, and it made me reflect on the kind of values I held on. For me, what I assessed on that is the more, if when I seek a lot of validation, that where my success is dependent on, then that's when it can really affect me. And what I really wanted to do from the beginning is to just share my opinion, whether it is something that collectively people will accept or not. And when the practice of taking a step back and understanding why you're upset, why they are upset, that there's peace in that also. Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine. Sports. Filipinos, you know, when people ask me, what's the Philippines like? I say three things. I say, the Philippines stops for three things. Beauty pageants, Manny Pacquiao boxing fight, so I understand this basketball, and typhoons. And that's it. I mean, that really describes us, right? So I can imagine the sort of opinions you got. You know, like, I've focused on the negativity for this whole time, but there are also positive things out of social media. What are, as public figures and as private citizens, what are the positive ways that we can use social media? And if you could have a plea to the Filipino people on how to use it, what would it be? This would be our final question. There's so many. I encourage all of you to tag our panelists and continue this conversation online. No one has hashtag 2030 now, guys. Dapat pala I didn't answer your questions without a hashtag. But please, when you go down the panel, say what your Twitter account is if you want to continue this conversation with them, and that question on how should Filipinos use this, what are your tips on keeping it positive, taking off the toxicity of online in the Philippines. Whoever wants to go.
Well, actually, sinabi ko yun kanina sa speech ko, I don't believe in colors. Hindi ka pwede maging apolitical, pero ako, para sa akin, I'm pro-Filipino. So, kung saan tayo dalhin ng bansa natin, I can always sympathize, I can always respect, but of course, yung sarili kong disposition, hindi kailangang magbago. And mas magiging positive yung aking mga postings pag pareho ko silang naiintindihan. Because I have friends sa lahat ng sides eh. So nakikita ko yung pinanggagalingan nila. So pag nagpo-post ako, sinasabi ko sa kanila na I am not this and I am not that, I am pro-Filipino. Kung ano ang para sa mas nakararami, doon tayo.
Regardless of political party.
Yes, that's really true. And sinasabi ko sa kanila, like, well, kagaya ngayon, halimbawa, 100 million ang ating population. 50 million ang ating population ng registered voters. 16 million ang bumoto. So makikita mo kagad yung disparity kung alin ba talaga ang majority at alin ang medyo ang maingay lang. So you have to realize that. So alam mo ngayon kung paano mo i-handle ang mga postings mo at alam mo kung paano mo i-deal yung each side. Kasi malinaw sa'yo na alin ba talaga ang maingay lang at alin ba talaga yung actual. Parang ganun.
I think that's really important to note, especially as we're wrapping up, that social media is not reality.
Yes.
And this is also important for millennials who, you know, whose values sometimes may change also on what they present online because of the validation. But social media and the likes or the comments, that does not represent reality.
Yes, that's true.
My points on social media and the closing points. Okay. Well, basically for me, I think there's a lack of happiness and gratefulness in the world. People are just so negative. And I think it's the same in everyday life. When you live your life with a smile, when you surround yourself with people who are happy and sharing positive vibes, then you can do the same on social media. Because if it's easy for you to share a post about the troll or to share a post about the basher, then why can't you share a post about the little boy outside McDonald's using the light to study? You know, you become what you surround yourself with. So that's really my stance on everything. Use social media for social good.
That's a great point. Balance the posts, right? Huwag lagi yung negative lang napapansin or na sinishare. Lagi na lang, you know, criticizing. Also praise the good things that are happening.
Ako, I keep on saying na kahit anong magyari, magkaisa tayo. I mean, you know what? Kahit watak-watak tayo, iba-iba tayo ng paniniwala. No, let's fight for unity. Kahit sino pa ang lumaban doon sa pagkakaisa na yan, yun ang ipaglaban nating lahat. Kahit nag-aaway, honestly, yung family nyo minsan nag-aaway na, yung mga friends mo suddenly, parang iba na yung orientation. And then, so sinasabi ko lagi, paglaban natin yung pagkakaisa as a nation.
And if that's the nation's number one priority is unity,
yes,
then it will clean up.
Yes, in the very first place, kung iisipin nyo, it's not just happening in the Philippines.
Of course, yeah.
Halos lahat ngayon ng bansa, maraming parehong experience.
But how great would it be if the Philippines led the way in finding peace, right? So, to wrap up, Miguel,
Wow, wrap up.
no pressure.
No pressure. We cannot control what everyone else does. We can only control what we do, how we react, how we feel. And I'd go back to the first thing I said, which is empathy. And the context of that is everyone's going through something that we are not aware of. The same way that people are not aware of our own context. And there's so very little we can draw out truthfully in everyone's post. So multiply that with the 40 or 50,000 people with smartphones and the 100 million people who are active online. Wow, that's a lot to deal with. And I think if we can just step back and find peace in understanding that people have their own difficulties and challenges, then that's when love you can see love from someone calling out negatively. You can see pain in others, and I think that's when real action can take place. Yeah.
Such a great note to end on. Thank you so much for that, guys. Let's give them a round of applause. Okay, so that's the end of our panel, and Atom will come up. Yeah, thank you,
Yes.
guys. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, guys.
Maraming salamat.
We are done. I'm so sorry. I could see the people be like, wrap up. But, that conversation was so interesting. Please continue it online on Twitter. Okay. We have very exciting announcements coming up.
Exactly. At this point, we'll be announcing the winner of our hackathon. And I think the best thing to do is to call in Maria and Ula to lead in the announcement of our winner.
Mayor Oreta and Maria will announce Hack Society, or is it? Okay.
It's Ula and Maria.
It's Ula and
for
Maria.
this one.
Okay, but also stay because we have prizes for a lot of the audience members. So stay tuned. Okay.
Once again, let's have a recap of who our finalists are, and let's call them on stage. The first is Loco, wants to bridge the knowledge gap between a complicated legal system and the Filipino public through a Facebook chatbot. We also have Tuto Club, which seeks to utilize the internet and create an alternative classroom for the 3.5 million out-of-school youth and children. Phoenix Textile Recycling aims to be a pioneer textile recycling center in the country that will collect fabric scraps and upcycle them into newer, highly valued products such as footwear and accessories. And finally, Aruga Health, a technology company that works towards improving the behavioral health care of employees, especially in stressful industries like advertising.
Please come up on stage, everyone, so that everyone can see all of you have put in much work and effort to help solve some of the country's problems.
That's right.
So come on up.
So the numbers have been tabulated. It is extremely, extremely close, which is why we'd like to have all four groups to come up on stage. It's been really great to see all of you over the last 3 days. And as you come on up. Who else is here? Loco. Aruga's here. Loco is eating. Okay, and then the last one is Tuto Club. I know she's from Davao. She's eating. She's also okay. So why don't we go through? So the numbers were.
There's no nerves there.
I know. That's good.
No nerves.
What we found was that the numbers among the four groups from all the judges came down to just a difference between the last place was at 49.5 and the winner was at 53.75. So very, very tight. And I guess we'll start with the third runner-up first.
Thank you, Maria. I think we should really underline that we have 4 absolutely fantastic hacks, and the order in which they ended up now doesn't necessarily determine how far these hacks will go. So perhaps we can come back a year from now and see what really happened, and if the judges knew what they were talking about, or if we were totally off the real ranking. But anyway, so I will announce the third runner-up, which is Tuto Club.
Tuto Club isn't here. And the second runner-up, you got to make sure you don't say the wrong number, right? The second runner-up is Aruga Health. And then let's name the winner. You've got,
We have 2 left, right?
yeah.
There's,
So if you name one of them,
I should-
people will know the winner.
Yeah, we will know the winner. Let's wait and see how many we can get on the stage.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope you guys finished eating.
Alrighty, so the winner is, I will double check. I don't want to make Warren Beatty here. I'll keep you in suspension. Loco!
The numbers are so close. Loco came in at 53.75. Phoenix came in at 52.25. And Aruga Health came in at 51.75. Tuto Club at 49.5. Let me give them. We want to say. We need to say thank you to all of you who've taken part in the last 3 days, and to all of the mentors. There were so many who were so generous of their time. And I hope that we loved hearing all of the ideas, and we hope we can keep the ideas coming. And while Gemma is distributing this, I'm going to take it from her, and I'm going to give her the mic to talk about everything.
Yeah. So it's been 3 days. Oh my God, we're all so tired here, but so happy and so inspired by, well, the ideas that came out of this this whole event. We thought at first when we were crowdsourcing that we might not get any submissions at all because it was just 2 weeks to go. But we got almost 100, and they're all winners. You're all winners. So we're looking forward to what happens to everybody next year. We'll be in touch about all the other opportunities that were open to you. We're going to meet up with you in the coming weeks because the different partners actually opened a number of opportunities as well. So there. And then we look forward to next year. For those who have not made it to the top 4, we hope you will participate again in the future competitions.
So congratulations to all, and a big round of applause again for the finalists, the 4 of them.
Well, we really didn't expect. we were literally just eating. We're like, it's okay. Just let them award whoever wins.
Actually, thank you for those who are believing in us. Thank you to Rappler. Thanks to those tweeting Loco. It's super relevant right now because right now it feels like we don't know our rights and we don't know our legal processes. And thank you for believing in this. Thank you.
To everyone watching, thank you for staying through the 3 days, and everyone in the audience. We have a lot of work ahead of us, a lot of thinking, and a lot of collaborating. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you again.
Thank you very much, guys, for spending your Saturday with us. We're so grateful. A few announcements. The 2030 Now Challenge winners will be posted online. And for all of you guys who stayed the whole day, please go to the registration booth. There are special prizes for our very awesome audience. So thank you very much.
All right. And before we let you go, we'd like to remind you of our partners and sponsors that made this event possible. The 2017 Social Good Summit in the Philippines is co-organized by Rappler and the UNDP Youth Co-Lab Program. The Youth Co-Lab Program aims to empower young people to lead social change in their communities. This event is also brought to you by 2030 Youth Force Philippines, United for Healthier Kids, the power of collaboration, bringing people together to help combat malnutrition. 3M Philippines, a science-based technology company committed to making lives better, easier, and more complete. Globe and Globe Labs, redefining possibilities. SM Aura Premier, the official venue partner of the Social Good Summit. PLDT, the official internet provider of the Social Good Summit. And our minor sponsors, Friedrich Newman Foundation Philippines, National Economic Development Authority, and Department of Interior and Local Government Region 4A. And finally, our food partner, McDonald's. Thank you so much to all of our sponsors.
Thank you, Atom. See you next year, maybe?
Maybe. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks for joining us, and have a great weekend. Bye-bye.